Okay, we're getting ready to begin. I apologize for the late start. We were held hostage at lunch waiting for food to arrive, so I couldn't have panelists arguing on an empty stomach. So my sincere apologies for the late start. We are going to run until quarter of, so we will sort of push the schedule back a little bit. I'm also delighted to say that my esteemed colleague Stephen Morse will be joining the panel. Stephen was supposed to be out of town today. I had originally asked him to be on the panel, and he was, as we knew, unable to attend. His plans changed, and so I'm delighted to say that I will not have to pretend to be a mental health professional, which I am not. I was just stepping in to complete the panel. So instead, Mark Seigman is going to moderate the panel, and Stephen Morse will be a member of the panel, and I will let Mark introduce the panelists. So thank you, Stephen, for stepping in, and Mark, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm Mark Seigman. I'm a private citizen. I don't work for anybody, just for myself. And I'm delighted to be here. Those issues of ethics are very important issues. But in a sense, I have a little problem with this, namely the notion that professionals have different types of ethics from normal human beings. And I've always looked at these issues as a moral human being and kind of asking myself, does this pass the smell test or not? And, you know, the questions cannot be asked in the abstract. They always very practical question. And so in the earlier panel, when they talked about some of the dilemmas in practice, those are real dilemmas, and it's very difficult to have big abstract answers that will take care of any eventuality. But that's my own bias. I'm delighted that Steve Morse has been able to join us. He was, unbeknownst, my kind of teaching assistant. Well, you were in the course on adolescence at Harvard when I took that course 40 years ago. So we go way back, and it's always delightful to see. At that time, you were a graduate student, junior faculty member? Graduate student. Yeah, graduate student. And on my right, I have Steven Zanakis, who accomplished a miracle, which is how does a shrink become a general officer in the Army? And he accomplished this, Greg here is a JD PhD?
MD as well.
Oh, MD, that's right. No, a JD MD, that's right, because he's also a psychiatrist looking at some of the ethical issue, not so much national security, but in the everyday practice of medicine. There was a very famous case that started that kind of made a lot of people scratch their head about 10 years ago. Two Air Force psychologists retired, and they took the CERL course to try to sell to the CIA the idea that they could use enhanced interrogation techniques to ferret out the truth of people terrorist suspects who were arrested. And this is full of ethical dilemmas. And, we can understand the horror of 9/11. 3,000 people died. And, everybody, including myself, wanted to volunteer to do something for the country. There was a wave of patriotism that came. And so that was really the background. And so those two guys came. And so the first question, well, what do you think of this attempt to kind of use, trying to use some kind of your special knowledge in order to potentially do harm to individuals? Why don't I start with Steve first?
Start with me?
Yes.
First, let me just kind of answer two pieces of it. And the first is that Mitchell and Jessen took the CERL course, reversed engineered it, and said that it can be used for interrogations. They were out of bounds. They're not interrogators. They had not a professional experience in interrogation. And the idea that they could sort of out of pocket take those ideas and then come up with what was going to be an effective interrogation program, to me, does not seem to be professional and conform to anything else we do in the military. We have people in the military. I'm an retired Army officer. We have specialists in all sorts of areas. We have a very good team of people that do interrogations. We have an excellent group of people that gather intelligence and analyze it. And I think the first error was to go to a group that was out of bounds and not in that area and think that they were going to add value to it. That was a mistake of leadership, by the way, not just only their particular error that they made. But the real issue that confronted, and it confronted me at times early on, this was in 2003, 2004, is the question of when those techniques were going to be applied to interrogation for a group of people that we were not prepared for, by the way, which was the shock that occurred after 9/11. Should clinicians, that is, general physicians, psychiatrists, and psychologists, be assigned to the behavioral science consultation teams to assist the interrogation teams in the course of what they were doing and questioning these suspects. And I've opposed it from the beginning, and the reason, most importantly, is because my job as a clinician is to do no harm. I have ethical principles that guide in terms of what I'm going to do is for the benefit of the individual. And I do not believe that in general, in fact, 99% of the time, that it is people can effectively cross their roles and paths from what is specifically a core ethical principle, guideline, and anchors a profession to something that is entirely different and out of our professional arena. Inherently, interrogation is coercive. It is harmful to the subject. That is not what we're supposed to do as physicians, and I believe that was a mistake. And it was a mistake not only at the practice level of those people assigned to the biscuits, and I will not impugn them, or even their next level up. It was a mistake done at leadership that obscured what the response, understanding what respectively each of us were supposed to do in our professional roles.
Do you have any comments?
Wait for Greg.
Okay, Greg.
Well, this is too loud. Sorry about that. I don't know if there's a volume control on this thing. We were invited to make things a bit more controversial, so I think I'm going to take Claire's invitation up at this moment. I interviewed Kirk Hubbard, who is a mid-level CIA official who hired James Mitchell and Bruce Jessen to apply their interrogation model, which was, by the way, based in part on the work of Marty Seligman here at the University of Pennsylvania. In fact, Mitchell was quite the disciple of Marty Seligman. I want to make two really quick points that are somewhat disconnected. Number one, contrary to what folks like me, who are strongly opposed to what they did, would wish to believe, and contrary to what I had written in a few places, they did have a plausible scientific model. We might not like it, but they had a plausible scientific model. And the notion was twofold. Number one, reduced somebody to a state of hopelessness and despair. In Marty Seligman's language, learned helplessness. In fact, they consulted with Marty Seligman as they were about to apply their model in the field. And Marty Seligman has not denied that he has helped to advise them. And number one, reduce people to the state of learned helplessness. And number two, sculpt compliance, shape compliance in the form of truth-telling. Critics did say, well, this model was used by communist Chinese interrogators against our POWs during the Korean War to get fake confessions of propagandistic values. So therefore, how could it be useful? How could it be useful for truth? Well, their answer was that they would just shape compliance differently. They would shape behavior towards truth-telling rather than towards producing propaganda. They never proved their model, but neither have we, the strong critics of their model, disproven it. Number two, I would disagree with Steve on the question of whether assistance with interrogation is ethical for physicians or clinical psychologists or other mental health professionals. And I'd make this argument that it's acceptable if, number one, there's no clinical relationship established between the psychiatrist or psychologist and the subject of evaluation. And number two, if there's no violation of international or domestic law. If those two conditions are met, then there is nothing different. There's nothing here that really implicates the core Hippocratic ideal, which is about not doing harm to people, doing well by people in clinical relationships. And the challenge for those of us who might wish to say that it's wrong absolutely for doctors to participate in any sense in interrogation in the form of giving advice is this: how do we distinguish interrogation from other physician roles that are at odds with Hippocratic ideals? And those roles, and here I, at the risk of sounding like I'm trying to sell a book, this is what my book, The Hippocratic Myth, is all about. There's things that physicians do pervasively, from the rationing of healthcare to the practice of forensic psychiatry, to even the political and moral content of lots of our clinical diagnoses. There's things that physicians do pervasively that serve public purposes. And I dare say that there are things that forensic psychiatrists do that result in devastating harm to people's lives. Perhaps the most extreme assessments of competence to be executed. And I fail to see how the absolutists on the question of involvement, consultation to interrogators, have distinguished the interrogation from these other contexts. I have a lot more to say, but I'll hold off for now.
Well, the first thing I would like to confess is that I'm not at all expert on this panel, so I apologize for being unsophisticated. At the risk of ganging up on a retired general, I want to align myself with Greg's remarks about the role that mental health professionals can play that can be genuinely adversarial and potentially harmful to the person that they are evaluating or dealing with. I'm a forensic psychologist as well as a lawyer, and every time I, in fact, come up with an evaluation that is adverse to a subject's interests, I am potentially harming them. This is part of the role. We have decided that an adversarial system is a justifiable system. It needs experts. If we have decided that enhanced interrogation techniques are justifiable under international law, and that's a big if we have decided that, then we can disagree about where to draw the line, then it is not an unethical practice. At that point, the question is, we can do it better or we can do it worse. And if forensic psychiatrists and psychologists can help us do it better, again, within the bounds of what international law provides, then I see no necessary role conflict. Now, the interesting question, and I don't know enough about what these guys did, would be this, that they have a plausible scientific model is good, but that's just the beginning. It seems to me that you don't do things that are going to be harmful to people if you have as a scientist, if you have a plausible scientific model. It seems to me what you need is some genuine database that would suggest that, in fact, it's going to increase efficacy without doing unnecessary harm as it does so. Now, one can point to the studies that come out of the Seligman lab or others, but then the question is, what's the generalizability? What's the ecological validity? Is something that works in the lab also going to work in Afghanistan? And it seems to me that's an enormous leap, and I would want to be very careful before I jumped.
I kind of agree with all three of you. But
you're right too, Rabbi.
That's right. I actually agree with Steve that what Mitchell and Jessen did is indefensible because it did not have a model. I am sorry. I went through the CERL as one of the victims several times, actually, 3 times. And the psychologists and psychiatrists were there to protect me from the overzealousness of the army interrogators. There is no evidence that these work. There's no efficacy. There's no proof whatsoever. And Marty Seligman did his work on dogs. I mean, Lord Helplessness is about dogs. You know, that's a concept of, dogs that don't react to electroshock. So it's almost a model for depression, but it's not really that good of a model of depression. So no, I disagree that they had a model. Now, going back to the practice, I would actually refuse. And I must say that I've always been in the capacity of an advisor, not a psychiatrist. I was advisor too often the boss on what to do, and so I wasn't really a practitioner, which is a little bit different. And I think the panel before us tried to tease out those two concepts. But as an advisor, and I would not participate in those interrogation or even trying to see how far people could go in terms of the limits. That being said, I have interrogated at least a dozen suspects myself. Not in facilitating, I was the interrogator. So how do I explain that to myself? I wouldn't participate if I'm not, and I would. Well, the concept here is one of public health. If you think that you can prevent a larger harm to society, such as an epidemic, you have to count the interest of society trumps the 2 or 3 individuals. You have to isolate them if you cannot prevent them from transmitting a disease. And so my background was that General Allen, who was commander of ISAF, his intel officer, General Ashley, called me up around the same time last year, exactly last year. And if you recall, they had a tremendous epidemic of green and blue violence and asked me to come to Afghanistan to see what I could help. So, I went out and tried to gather all the information, including interviewing the shooters. And there's about doesn't shoot us. So I interviewed anybody who was not in U.S. custody. That's another story. So anybody in Afghan custody, in British custody, and I got the permission of the Minister of Defense, the British Minister of Defense, to do that. But after Abu Ghraib, it's impossible for an outside private citizen, you understand, to interview anybody detained by American U.S. forces anymore. To try to really understand why they were shooting. I really did not want information in terms of getting other people and so on. I was trying to understand the phenomenon so that we could install mitigating measures against those green on blue violence. And so I wrote a fairly comprehensive report, gave my recommendation of, what we should do. We should completely change our strategy and so on. And the result is that this year we only have had 8 as opposed to 49. So that has worked pretty well. So how do I rationalize my decision, which is kind of, it's really very, very tough. I don't know if I have the answer. It's almost a case-by-case basis on how you decide those things. And the way I kind of approach Afghanistan, I really very much approach it from a public health point of view. So the panels that you heard before, lawyers are like physicians. We think of cases. But sometimes you have to think of society. And people in public health have very different priorities from just protecting their patient, and sometimes you have to do something that may be harmful to your patient, such as isolation in an epidemic, in order to kind of prevent good. I'm sure that you have an answer to that.
Well, a couple of thoughts. One, I think it's very important in this conversation for us to distinguish between the question of what Kirk Hubbard and James Mitchell and Bruce Jessen did, a question of whether that's justifiable or not, and the question of whether consultation to interrogation, more generally, is acceptable. What Kirk Hubbard engaged Bruce Jessen and James Mitchell to do, and really Mitchell was the architect of it, and Jessen was really more kind of the popularizer within the networks of national security. What they did was plainly in the realm of cruel and inhumane treatment or punishment and torture, and is prohibited by international law, is properly prohibited by domestic law. There's no ambiguity, no plausible ambiguity about the question of whether that behavior was acceptable. And it's prohibited whether or not the answer is yes to the separate question of whether their method works. And the answer to that separate question is not empirically ascertainable. It's not empirically ascertainable because we are never going to perform a controlled clinical trial in which suspects or detainees are randomized. We will torture the 100 and we will use rapport building interrogation techniques on another 100, and we will come up with a quantitative method of measuring the relative outcomes. If we do that kind of study, then we will be, going down the direction, the path that Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany did. And ironically, Kirk Hubbard, when I posed to him this question of empirical support for the Mitchell method, and keep in mind Kirk Hubbard is a strong supporter of the Mitchell method, Kirk Hubbard said, we can't study this because we have to follow the common rule, which some of you may know of is the federal rule that does not permit experimentation on human subjects without their consent. I do want to address the public health rationale, because the public health rationale was pretty much exactly what Kirk Hubbard explained to me as his justification, that we're helping the many, we're focused on the many rather than the few. And I bring that up because it's dangerous rationale when it is unconstrained by the human rights concerns that are reflected in the domestic and international law that makes what Mitchell and Jessen did illegal.
Okay.
Nothing like a good fight after lunch, right? So, and I love it. Bring it on, So I had 2 points that Greg's talked about. and also that Mark's chimed in on. And I'd like to emphasize that Dr. Sageman, an experienced and wise MD, PhD, who's had another career before school, going into that situation is a very, very unique exception. And it is not a good rule in leadership to have policies or procedures based on exception. And the problem that we faced as a military 10, 12 years ago, we face now, is that the rules and guidelines are going to apply to very junior officers or mid-level officers. And the likelihood that they're trained, prepared, and have the resources to do the kind of sophisticated work that Dr. Sageman has done is very, very unlikely. And the responsibility of leadership is to understand what that arena is that most people are playing in. So even though I respect what you did and know that you can do it, and I myself feel that in my day-to-day, I am very involved in Guantanamo. I have spent months there with a number of these detainees, including the 9/11 defendants. But I'm an old guy, and maybe I don't do things well, but I do things in a way that junior physicians ask me lots and lots of questions that were the kinds of things that take time to figure out. Now, I do want to say about this issue of the model and the scientific provability of it and so forth. Yeah, it's true, we're not going to do a randomized controlled trial. I'm not sure that that's the way that you could design one. But we do have evidence. It's not going to get published. It's going to be kept secret. Mark has probably seen as much or more of it than I have seen. It's in the 6,000-page report that the Senate Intelligence Committee has. It's also in the classified files on every one of those defendants, the HVDs, the high-value detainees, and Nashiri, and any other number of people. We know what the value was of those interrogations. Will the public know? Will you know? Will you ever have the basis to be able to judge was that reasonable or not? I doubt that. But we do have the evidence. And there is a public consensus, and you can just, for yourselves, think about the movie Zero Dark 30, that more than likely those techniques did not produce good intelligence. There's also public information, unlike what you've said, Greg, that this specifically harmed those subjects. It was intended to harm them. It did harm them. And now what we've got, when we've got people who have been so destroyed by this process, are they in any way valuable? And now we're even trying to prosecute them, and we can't, because we're worried about bringing out the evidence of their, when they, in fact, the products of their interrogations. So that is a huge issue. And I think that there is a practical problem that comes to leaders that is lost, and I have full respect for for you all as scholars and academicians, that an institution, a policy that takes clinicians and puts them in such an adversarial, harmful role bleeds over into other ways. And perhaps you'll think that I forgot to take my antipsychotics, but I've seen Army psychiatrists make decisions to send soldiers back, like Bales, Sergeant Bales, because the mission was overriding. And how many times did I have to tell an aviator, you're not going to get an upslip, and the commander, the good General Daly here, would chew me out all the time, would say, yeah, but I need this guy. I said, well, you need this guy, but I'm telling you, from my silo, that guy's not going up. He's not going to get an upslip. The issue was then, and the last point, is about public health. As a commander 20 years ago during the last shutdown, when I was rationing resources, this is why I think this argument's a fallacy, Greg.
But which argument is a fallacy?
The issue of rationing and public health, and that you see, I was not intentionally harming somebody when I was rationing the resources that I had. I was making decisions about individuals based on limited resources and capabilities. But I was not intentionally harming them because I thought that that was for what would be the greater public good. I was always doing it out of the values and guidelines that I had as a doctor and a commander. This issue was that we were going to specifically harm somebody, and to the point that they were going to be destroyed because somehow we could rationalize it that it was in the defense of the country. Highly questionable. Sorry to be so passionate about it.
Yeah. As I listen to this, and I've been listening very carefully, it seems to me that it's rerunning a lot of arguments that are very familiar to ethicists. And that is the trade-offs between, roughly speaking, deontological constraints and utilitarian concerns. And how do you balance that? So what Steve just talked about was the doctrine of double effect. We can do without the doctrine of double effect. We could just say, all things considered, should we do it or should we not do it? And that's another way around the dilemma. These are familiar problems. What gives them so much poignancy in this regard is how much is at stake, how much is really at stake, both for individuals and for the society and for the nation at large. This is a super, super hard problem. I'd like to throw out, because a lot of what I do these days is neuroscience and law, I'd like to throw out the following question, if I can. Sure. Is that allowed?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're learning an awful lot, not as much as the overclaimers would claim, but we're learning an awful lot about the brain-behavior relationship. It's not at all unlikely to me sometime in the, let's call it middle future, not near future, but middle future, we're going to be able to develop techniques maybe based on brain science, maybe using brain science directly, and psychological techniques as well, that are going to be able to get this information without doing harm, except the harm of knowing afterwards that you gave up what you were not supposed to give up, but that goes with the territory if you're a detainee. Would that be acceptable if we can do this without causing physical pain and without causing severe psychological pain while we're in the midst of doing it, but takes it against the offender's will, as it were, or the detainee's will?
I think we're actually closer to that point even than your question frames it. Some of the research that has been, I should preface this, the CERL program for special forces trainees and military pilots has provided some research subjects for some psychiatrists and psychologists who've been looking at biological indicators of stress. And they've identified several neurotransmitters that rise and fall in rough proportion to how well you're handling a stressful experience. And some of these neurotransmitters have receptor sites, and there are some pharmacological agents that operate on these receptor sites. And so it is not science fiction. It's looming in perhaps closer to the middle future that there will be ways to create the stress experience that Marty Seligman and Kirk Hubbard and James Mitchell, had to do a whole lot more to create. To create that stress experience with the help of drugs that either are agonists or antagonists on particular receptor sites. And perhaps to create rather mild stress once you potentiate the effect of stress. And then it becomes possible to say, yes, Stephen Bradbury and John Yoo and the other torture lawyers were wrong to the point of being unethical because they misused the data on CERL. But now, that argument is old because we can now do this without long-term consequences. I find that prospect terrifying. And it will be a challenge for lawyers doing what lawyers do, arguing by analogy, but really confronting brand new situations.
I don't know. I find that very disturbing and very dangerous. I'm very skeptical about those army experiments. I've read that. I'm not sure they're very high quality, but you know, we had very similar things during World War II, where they thought they had a truth serum that they gave people, but. You know, again, I guess it's my own ambivalence about this whole topic. So, you know, for instance, when I interrogated those suspects, you know, I gave them a mini Miranda. You know, as an American, I mean, it sounds like crazy. I mean, those guys don't even speak, you know, the Pashtun speakers, we never really heard anything like that. And perhaps it was really more to treat myself than anything else, but I thought it was somewhat more ethical to actually ask them informed consent and clearly telling them what I was doing, where I was from, and were they still willing to talk to me. But you see, what you're talking about is really just bypassing this informed consent. I mean, if you just give them some chemicals and so on, that, you know, I don't know, it disturbs the hell out of me. I can't really put my finger on it.
Is it really informed consent that's necessary, however, from belligerents? I mean, if we are in our criminal justice system, for instance, I always start off an adversarial forensic psychological evaluation with who I am, that I'm working for the other side, that this has no clinical significance, precisely what Greg said, and that what is going to come out of this will be used against them. And they have to understand that. Now, they are typically compelled to speak to me, and there are sanctions if they won't because of the nature of our adversarial system. So it's not really informed consent even there. I think, however, in your case, Mark, it's really wise psychologically. Whether it's genuine informed consent or whether it's just wise because it works, that's an open question to me.
2 points. Number one, I think that the question of forensic psychiatry poses the ethical challenge of contradiction with the Hippocratic ideals more poignantly than support for interrogation that does not place the psychiatrist in the role of actually being the interrogator, and even keeps the psychiatrist separate from the interrogation process. Because in the forensic psychiatry context, there is a clinical relationship that's being formed. And even when that initial warning is given, there's still the empathic skill of a gifted interviewer, and I'm sure Steve is an extraordinarily gifted interviewer. So you make a connection, a kind of right brain kind of connection, a limbic system kind of connection, a visceral connection of empathy that is at odds with that initial warning that you're on the other side or not there for the clinical well-being of this evaluee as a patient. And it's that very empathic connection that's at the core of an effective clinical interview. We as a society have decided to accept this contradiction or this tension. But it's plain that a forensic psychiatrist or a psychologist who is performing such an evaluation is acting at odds with the Hippocratic ideal. Nevertheless, we accept it. The second point I want to make is, by way of responding to what Steve said before, what all of these situations do have in common, and yes, I would include rationing of healthcare, is that judgments are being made for larger good at the expense of the individual. And even the likes of Mitchell and Jessen and Hubbard would say, we're not in it specifically to make these people miserable. Our purpose is to gather information. And so they might offer their, perhaps, a perverted sense of the double effect idea, in justification, or in criminal lawyer terms, they're not talking about this as being a purpose. It's an intent, as in knowledge of the consequences, rather than being a purpose. But we all know the language of intent and purpose can be manipulated, and not just by law professors.
All right. On that note, we'll open up to questions.
Well, I think I'll ask a brief follow-up to what you're talking about now, and then which is Does it make a difference, do you think, and this will allow us to tie in with the medical ethics panel, whether or not enhanced interrogation techniques seek to impose physical or psychological stress? Is one worse than the other? What do the panelists think about that? Is there something special about psychological stress in one direction or another?
Well, the law of armed conflict and the law of international human rights both make space for psychological stress as being sufficient to be a violation. And there are certainly plenty of people in this room who can speak more knowledgeably than I can to the doctrine of the law of armed conflict and the law of human rights. But the kind of psychological stress, a kind of profound devastation of the personality that is involved, is called for by these methods, is certainly enough to qualify as torture. I'd make one other really brief point in relation to this. We hear so much about the ticking bomb scenario. Here's why the ticking bomb scenario is, to be blunt, utter nonsense as a justification for these methods. The model, as developed by Mitchell et al., requires a rather slow process of breakdown of the personality, or as Mitchell put it, inducing compliance, followed by shaping compliance. And that's a process that, assuming you buy into the model, and I'm not saying necessarily that I buy the model, I'm just saying that they have a plausible scientific story to tell. If you buy into the model is not an answer to that ticking bomb, because you want the information immediately. Jack Ryan wants it now, right? But but James Mitchell's model says maybe I can get it for you in a few weeks. So it's bogus the ticking time bomb scenario for torture as a rationale is bogus.
Greg is right about psychological pain and physical pain. What I would say about the reaction is people are different. And there are going to be individual differences. Some people will be manipulated more by physical pain, some people by psychological pain, some people by differing combinations. If we could individuate that, we would be a lot more successful at doing this. I think Greg is right, certainly, about the ticking time bomb example, except why make it so concrete? Okay, this particular model takes time, but one can imagine we'd have a technique that works relatively quickly if it did, and then the ticking time bomb scenario doesn't seem so dumb after all.
Just a quick reality, because I spent a lot of time traveling around the world and training healthcare professionals, lawyers, judges on evaluating and advocating for and treating people who've been victims of torture and abuse. By and large, physical torture is diminishing. I mean, the torturers and the authorities are getting a lot more sophisticated. But what's used commonly is sleep deprivation, people being held in very awkward, painful positions, a lot of the shaking and the walling, which can cause these sort of post-concussion syndromes. So this whole issue of mild traumatic brain injury is in play here, as well as just the whole frightening aspect of it. And so a lot of it's blurred as it's going on there. But as we have now people in Guantanamo, just those actions and those tactics in fact induced psychotic episodes in some of these detainees that have had long-standing effects.
Just a quick observation about the methods. This is part of the reason why the physical torture becomes less prominent. At the core of the theory is the notion, going back to studies of what Communist Chinese did in the Korean War, that if you set up the interrogator against the detainee mano a mano, man to man, that the detainee will resist more effectively. But if you create circumstances that in the mind of the detainee set the detainee's will against himself, then you will dispirit and break the detainee more effectively. And so these forced standing positions, or the fear scenarios, being put in the small box, the insect, a whole lot of the rest of it, what all these have in common as psychological techniques is that they're fashioned and sequenced to basically enable the detainee to see him or herself as breaking rather than being broken. And that is more dispiriting, that is more demoralizing. And that underscores, I think, going back to Claire's really important question, how psychological abuse can be more potent than raw physical abuse.
I'm going to give the microphone.
Can I just make one comment about that? And Mark may disagree with me, but because I've interviewed a number of these high-value folks, they're not ninja warriors. You know, this whole idea that they're, 10 feet tall and that's not, we've got more problems with criminals here who are tough and involved in organized crime than we do with these guys. So let's not let ourselves spin off in some.
Since we've been touching on the comparison with medical ethics, I'm going to give the microphone to Harvey Rubin.
So we do have techniques now where called functional MRI, where I could put you into an MRI machine and I can look at the blood flow to your prefrontal cortex and evaluate your executive function, and I can tell you if you're lying. And that's those are well-established studies.
No, it's not.
Yes. No, it's not.
No,
It's absolutely
I'm
not
sorry, but it
established.
actually is.
It is
so let's
actually
assume
not.
that it is. Let's assume that it is, which is
let's
true.
assume that
would
it
you
Assume a
could
can
you
opener.
ever see a scenario where you would compel somebody to undergo an MRI scan?
It's a meaning of the scan. And people can lie or not totally tell the truth in so many ways. And you can distinguish that with a scan. To me, again, it's about the dignity of the person. If you treat them with dignity, you can then conduct, I think, a fair interview. Now, I have something to say about the Korean War. This is nonsense. We captured something like 150,000 Chinese and North Korean, and they captured about 110,000 U.S. and Allied troops. Of those, 29 refused repatriation, and this caused a national scandal. Namely, this is some kind of torture and so on. But on the other side,
There was also the false confession story, and they got a whole lot of those.
but on the other side, so 29 out of 110,000 decided not to be repatriated. On the other side, we had 150,000 of them, and 119,000 decided not to go back. Did we use some kind of magic technique for this, or it's all nonsense. This kind of looking at history and creating this model that actually works of those Chinese interrogation technique. They don't really work, and at the end you really have to kind of look: is what you're doing ethical or not? And this is something you have to answer for each concrete situation.
I'd like to answer Dr. Rubin's question directly. Dr. Rubin is right that there are a lot of peer-reviewed published studies that suggest that you can beat chance using fMRI in detecting, especially with machine learning kinds of programs. You can beat chance substantially. But none of these tasks is really a real-world task. They're not really instances of lying. And the best argument today is that, in fact, we don't know if this would be successful in the real world. It is relatively non-invasive, though, so that's one virtue. You don't have to inject people with radioactive materials or anything to make this work. Now, here's one thing we also have learned, that subjects can learn very, very quickly and very, very simply to do countermeasures. So what you discover with these studies is you teach somebody to do countermeasures, and where we were really much better than chance with the machine learning programs, then our accuracy drops back to chance. One of the interesting questions with lie detection generally, and this is true with the polygraph, is even though it's been known for a very long time the polygraph is not terribly accurate. If people think it's accurate, then they tend to fess up, or at least that's the story. One can only imagine how much more that effect will be when people are in the multi-million-dollar magnet as opposed to just something strapped on their chest and the like. So in the future, might we be able to do this and in fact detect countermeasures also with the MRI? Who knows? Maybe tomorrow that's what will come out of the lab. But it is non-invasive.
Jonathan Marks has written on this, and I wonder if there's a space for him to offer his thoughts. But there's in response to Harvey Rubin, right? Response to Harvey's, I think, important question. It's important to distinguish between two kinds of fMRI studies. There's the effort or uses. There's the effort to use fMRI as lie detection, and there's the effort to use fMRI to determine if someone recognizes something, an image or a word or an address, even if the person claims not to recognize that thing. And my understanding of the empirical literature is that it's much further along when it comes to the latter, detecting that somebody recognizes an image or a word, even though the person claims not to, than it is with respect to lie detection.
Got the same countermeasures problem, though, even in that line of research.
And we did learn, I guess it's years past, but Jonathan and I learned on what was at the time an off-the-record basis from only one source, and we weren't able to confirm it on the record, so we never published it, but that there was a trial effort with using actually not fMRI, but evoked response potential, a computerized assessment of EEG results. There's a wave that appears 300 milliseconds after a response. It was this was in some sort of combat scenario in either Iraq or Afghanistan. There was a small-scale effort to try this out. Not with respect to lying, but with respect to recognition. I think we're going to hear a lot more about this, or maybe more dangerous is that it's going to be going on with black budget, but we're not going to be hearing about it. In contrast to courts, where with the exception of just one case I know of in India, it has this technology has not been accepted.
It's been actually rejected in one federal case and in one state case.
So can I take the opportunity just to respond to Greg's invitation? First of all, I endorse, Stephen, your comments about the problem of overclaiming, the translation from the lab to real life, and also the countermeasures. All three are great. But actually, just to accept Greg's invitation, so we had Freedom of Information Act requests that among the responses, we were able to obtain a large number of surveys issued to U.S. Air Force polygraphers. And what they reported in those surveys was how continually interrogators, in spite of having the limits of polygraphy explained to them, misused them. So they were continually used to, quote, hammer, unquote, detainees. So they would pretend there was a positive polygraphy result and then use that in order to interrogate more aggressively. And what they also pointed out, of course, was that there was no sensitivity to the fact that polygraphy was done via a translator and how that would affect the validity, and also of the cultural questions that it might affect our conception of what is and is not a lie. So I think all those concerns would apply all the more in relation to fMRI. And my fear is that, you know, if you have a stimulus recognition, you get a positive result with the fMRI, that might be used once again to license abuse, because somebody say, well, the brain scan told us, you know, he recognized this terrorist, etc.
There's yet another legal challenge here for folks who do law of armed conflict scholarship. Scour the Genevas or other sources of law of armed conflict to find something that clearly bears on the question of whether these technologies go beyond the payoff for the different categories of armed conflict detainees. You certainly won't find anything that's resembling explicit language. And so we will, I hope we have, in the near future, debate about whether terms like outrages on personal dignity, et cetera, apply to these technologies.
It may be a naive question, but it seems to me that the first question is, do these enhanced interrogation techniques work? Dr. Zanekia says that we have the information, is not being released. If it doesn't work, then a lot of this discussion is irrelevant because there's no reason to use it. And I guess my second question, so I guess my question is there any kind of knowledge that can be released without breaking security rules that would indicate one way or another? And my second question is there a definition in international law of torture? I know we use the term, and there's a debate as to whether waterboarding is torture or not, but I've never heard a definition that's generally accepted so we know what we're talking about with torture.
I'm not sure that I defer to Steve to know if there's a definition of torture, but in terms of your first question, it's pretty clear it doesn't work. I mean, it's fairly overwhelmingly on one side. It's not total, but and it's actually harmful because you then have to investigate a lot of false lead, which kind of ties up all your resources, which you cannot do some real work with. And so it's more harmful, it turns out, than it actually is useful. And I'll defer to the other folks on the...
Well, I mean, the issue...
I'm glad to see David running for the mic, because there is a definition of torture in international law.
Yeah, the international definition of torture is the intentional infliction of severe mental or physical pain or suffering, and then for somebody inflicted by a government. There's some other conditions, but the main part is it's the intentional infliction of severe mental or physical pain and suffering. And that it also goes to one of the earlier questions about whether there's a legal difference between physical and psychological torture, and not according to the international law definition.
Do you have time for a couple more questions? Short, if they're short. Can go until quarter up. Yeah. Who is?
So I was curious about the argument that I think Greg was offering about how it actually can be fine to have somebody who shouldn't do something in a clinical relationship to someone do something to someone outside of that relationship. And I guess what I'm wondering about is, to what extent it's really a good idea to have somebody who should be doing certain things in a clinical relationship be engaging in conduct outside that relationship they wouldn't be permitted to engage in the clinical relationship. And I guess I can imagine either an efficiency argument or sort of a fairness to clients argument. But you have cases in other professions, say the law, where even if it might be true that public defenders' responsibilities are directly to their clients in the relationship, you might still wonder, does it make sense to have somebody, I think, for instance, you couldn't be a public defender and then moonlight as a police officer. And it wouldn't be sufficient just to say, well, when you're a police officer, you're no longer serving as that person's public defender. When you Mirandize them, you're Mirandizing them without being in a lawyer-client relationship with them. It seems like there might be some roles that are just you can't be in once you're in a clinical relationship with certain types of clients. So I guess I wonder about this kind of bleed-over effect. What arguments you would give against that?
I'd like to just put first of all, I think you touch on the dilemma of, particularly for a military, and I would ask my fellow officers here, is it the relationship or the role or the identity that's fundamental here? And I come down on the side that it's the role. It's the identity as an officer, and in that case also as a physician. I'm a physician in uniform. I'm a citizen in uniform, and that role defines everything that I do, not supposedly the relationship. And I act out of that identity at all times. Having established that, and I believe it goes down to everyone who, throughout that medical corps, I do not feel that this distinction about the relationship, which was the first argument made by Health Affairs, holds. Because I am now I'm always acting as a physician, and I will continue to act as a physician in uniform.
Well, let me actually disagree a little bit with Steve on this. Most of my consulting with the government was as a consultant. But I'm also a psychiatrist. I'm also a physician. And so, I see a lot of pathology within the chain of command. And I'm not always a physician, because otherwise I'd be distributing a lot of medication, even advising people in the chain of command. But, then what do you do when you can do some good? It's the same thing if you see an accident on the road. I would stop and try to help out. Despite the fact that I don't have a patient-physician relationship at that point. So again, it depends very much on the situation.
Well, this has been a wonderful panel. Please join me in thanking the panelists. A fascinating discussion. I'd like to start at 5 to keep our break a little bit shorter so that we can catch up on lost time.
Great. Great. Look, email me what you need from me, and I'll.
The readings have to be short because most of the students are not English as a first language students.
Oh, I see.
The program, there are students from 20 some law schools around the world. But as part of transnational governance, we're looking at private sector governance, and as part of private governance, we're looking at road governance. So we have a paper on the law and economics of pirates, of organizations of pirates. We have drug traffickers. And we want to do
sounds interesting.
Terror groups, and the whole network concept of governance.
I think
I'd love to include a short reading.
strong out and get all chewed up.
I'm sorry?
Strong out when they've got all those guys that let it happen, and who knows what their legacy is going to be. But it's not
That's not the intent of the study, with the dogs from the 60s. It's used as a model, as a metaphor for depression. It's not a very good.
He's a charismatic figure,
very much so.
popularizer, and he's been very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
He's been very successful.
Yeah.
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 Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah.
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 Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very successful. Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Very successful. He's been very successful. Started our time.
Very successful. Very successful. Very successful. Very successful.
So we now
Very successful. Very successful. Very successful.
looking
Very successful.
how are with the vows
Very successful.
advising
Very successful.
unethical
Very successful.
change aspect
Very successful.
between
Very successful.
and
Very successful. Very successful. Very successful. Very successful. Very successful.
me
Very successful. Very successful. Very successful. Very successful. Very successful. Very successful.
there.
Very successful.
Yes, I'm
And
so eager
very successful
as well.
Very successful.
Claire,
Very successful.
well then,
Very
for bringing introduced
Very successful.
my
Very successful.
her to
Very successful.
call it and a business app
Very successful.
to
Very successful.
handbook
Very successful.
book and a scholar
Very successful.
most relevant
Very successful.
calls
Very successful.
implicit and
Very successful.
held
Very successful. Very successful.
the is now consult Department of
Very successful. Very successful.
served as
Very successful.
tourism
Very successful.
right vice
Very successful. Very successful.
of ethics
Very successful.
oversight corruption sustain
Very successful.
terror
Very successful.
political and
Very successful.
very of our by
Very successful. Very successful.
what
Very successful.
for lead how you interests
Very successful.
but you
Very successful.
topical
Very successful.
do you want to
Very successful.
there
Very successful.
I mean
Very successful.
I'm
Very successful. Very successful.
lost
Very successful.
issues
Very
whole lot. I hope the panel
very successful. He was very successful.
could accomplish.
Very successful.
Really can't
Very successful.
discussion
Very successful.
the problem. Or perhaps various ways. With the back human rights. Very little. Very little. Very little. To such, I hope,
bring to the table is more on the use of private sector in using in working U.S. government type issues, from security firms in Afghanistan and Iraq, in Yemen or in Somalia, to private equity firms all around. So that's a kind of the span there. The biggest predicament that I see companies face is the fact that they're going into a culture, in most cases different, whether it's Asia, Middle East, or Africa, where graft and corruption is far more prevalent than it is in the United States. And we either figure out how to compete with companies that do exercise graft and corruption, or we lose the business. That's the first predicament. The second predicament is the fact that much of the defense industry that we sell overseas ends up being systems, products, or services that can be used against U.S. interests 5, 6, 8, 10 years later. So finally, my thought on the process is that we have an onerous system in place at this time, Export Control Act, and then the ITARs, International Traffic in Arms Regulations, is another challenge for U.S. business people to go through. And most countries don't have as anywhere near imposing challenges as those. So that's the area from which I'll discuss and prepared to take questions in a moment.
Thanks, Del. It's a delight to be with you this afternoon. And I think sort of playing off Del's remarks, if he represents the private equity, smaller consultative part of the industry, obviously Lockheed Martin is a very large publicly traded firm. In addition to being a corporate officer at Lockheed Martin, I'm also an independent director at Cognizant Technology Solutions Corporation, which is a $24 billion global firm engaged in IT and in outsourcing. Personally, I have a background as a military officer. The first dozen years or so of my professional life were spent in the Navy as a naval aviator. I also served as a government official. I was Deputy Secretary of Veterans Affairs in the first George W. Bush administration. And then now I'm in business. I've had profit and loss responsibility at 3 Fortune 500 companies, Lockheed Martin being the latest of those. Other aspects and other perspectives I bring to this discussion. After my time at Harvard, I taught Western civilization and modern naval and military history at the Naval Academy. I also have now, the last 2 years of my present job, very practical experience at the business end of ethics and the emerging field of sustainability. We too wrestle with the FCPA, the UK Bribery Act, and the commercial restrictions of the ITAR. Lockheed Martin is a global security firm. And so we are caught up in not only U.S. national security policy, but also foreign policy. And though we serve the U.S. government's foreign policy, we do balance that with our own our own company's code of ethics that norms our behavior. One of the good examples, I think, is our effort in sustainability. We're young in that effort. This year, actually in the spring of 2014, we'll put out only our third sustainability report, but we've also been widely recognized for some of the corporate best practices that we have already instantiated. This is the third straight year that we've been recognized by the Carbon Disclosure Project with an A grade, been listed on the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. Next week, as a matter of fact, I'll be with our Chief Executive Officer, Marilyn Houston, in New York as she receives the Responsible CEO of the Year Award from CR Magazine. And last year, we were honored by the EPA with a Climate Change Award for our reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, water consumption, and energy usage. Thanks.
That's great, and I think it provides really helpful background. There's such a vast set of issues here, but I think maybe one way to put a kind of overarching question is to think about how corporate managers in corporations that have technologies that could be used or abused in national security efforts, how should those managers think about their obligations? And one way to address that question is to think about the constituents to whom they have obligations. And I sort of can't resist, given the recent controversy, starting with the NSA and corporate cooperation in the NSA surveillance efforts. For one thing, is it okay for corporations to cooperate with the government when it engages in surveillance type efforts, for example?
Well, let me put a twist on that.
Sure.
Overseas, and I'll use Middle Eastern countries, are asking to be able to eavesdrop on the same NSA areas, the same areas that NSA does in the United States, but even more so. And they will restrict a company from coming in if that company doesn't put the ISPs inside their country and give them access. And when it got to a challenge amongst the company and the country said, oh, by the way, we're only asking for the same type of access on that ISP that you already get in your country, which is an interesting turn of events for the companies, because it was not readily known at that time that the U.S. government had a selected amount of access through the IT world. So it's a hard challenge overseas for us to say, no, you can't have that when it's taken place in the United States and through cooperation. Mm-hmm. I think, except for one company, I think Google has just recently said they're not doing it anymore, and by the way, we're going to encrypt everything.
Go ahead.
I'll just add on. Yeah, I think, is it all right for corporations to cooperate with the government on these types of issues? Obviously, it's not a yes or no answer. And I think in part for me it comes back, well, what is it they're being asked to give up? What are they being asked to do? What's the nature of the information, and how is it being acquired or accessed by the government? The United States Congress severely criticized Yahoo a number of years ago because it gave up the email address of a Chinese journalist who sent a document regarding Tiananmen Square to a Chinese newspaper in New York City. And when the government asked Yahoo, and many of you may know this story and know it perhaps even better than I do, when the Chinese government asked Yahoo for the address of this person, the email address, Yahoo said, well, the government said, give it to us, and we're going to give it to the government. And the government then sent this journalist to jail for 10 years. Now, he just got out a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken. And the United States Congress came down hard on them. There was a suit by the family, and Yahoo had settled with the family, and they suffered significant bad public press because they were giving Chinese government access to this individual. Well, I think the question arises then for American businesses, what kind of access are you giving to the United States government? And as Del just mentioned, Google has resisted at least a national security letter, has taken it to court saying we don't want to operate on this. What the upshot of that is, they were claiming it was unconstitutional at one point. What the upshot of it is, I'm not sure how that will come out. But I think, again, it's not a one-off type of thing, yes or no. I think the question is, well, how is the information to be gathered? Who is to know about it? Do you then create, as Google did after its problems in China, try to create an association of similar companies that would push back on what governments are asking them to do, to filter the internet in various types of ways? So I think it's a situation in which we have to look at the various dimensions of how businesses can respond legally, to what extent the response also has to be a kind of ethical response, that we're not going to give up this, what they're notifying their customers about. So there's a host of questions that need to be asked rather than just saying yes or no.
So George raises a really nice distinction, I think, between instances in which corporations are ordered or at the very least asked to comply with a government request to hand over data on the one hand, and then on the other hand, instances in which corporations seem to be more actively collaborating with the government in, again, for example, their surveillance efforts. So we now know that some of these tech companies participated with the NSA in developing encryption technologies such that the NSA has quote-unquote backdoor access to some of the data that gets transmitted. And that looks like a far more willing form of cooperation than the reticent disclosure of information. Thoughts about whether corporations have an obligation to resist cooperating with the government, and maybe one way to think about that question is to ask you to think about the obligations that corporations might have to their shareholders, and to the extent that corporations have an obligation to do what's profitable, we're foregoing profitable activity because one wants to stand on principle. How should corporate managers seek to negotiate that tension?
Let me, just on the question of cooperation with NSA and with the federal government, Lockheed Martin's in a little bit different position in that, a lot of what we do is designated critical infrastructure. And so we're much more wrapped up in the question of how we protect our information in our networks, which are, obviously I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, but they are under basically constant assault from actors within and without the borders of the United States. We work very closely with the Department of Defense, with the NSA, and with other government agencies to protect our networks and infrastructure, much of which we do on behalf of the intelligence community and the Defense Department. So, I can't speak for Google or Yahoo or some of the other internet service providers, but to the extent that they are designated parts of critical infrastructure, they are involved in similar type provisions and data exchanges with the U.S. government.
I'm going to go on a limb a little bit here. I'm not with companies that do that type of operations or whatnot, Amy, but I would suspect that the company has to balance that shareholder issue with, is it good business? Is it business that we can turn into even a better situation later on? And then if it doesn't follow a illegal trail, then most businesses will probably consider doing it. They've got some challenges internally, and it's not a unilateral decision made inside the business. It's probably something that has to go to its board of directors, because they'll end up having some type of fiduciary responsibility to some type of reputational degradation if what they do is found out and it results in a reduction of business. So they're businesses, they have a bottom line. They want to probably go after the market at least as aggressively as the ones next door. So if it stays outside of the illegal and outside of the unethical area, then they're more likely going to be doing it. I'm not sure if let me backtrack a little bit on the NSA in a separate angle here. I think when NSA scooped up information, initially it was information that was generated from a known or reported terrorist overseas in a communication to an American citizen stateside. That they scooped up. And then the next step I think they went through was all they knew was the start point, the end point, and the time in between, or some basic data like that. Then they said, okay, let's look at that and see if we can determine if it's some type of terrorist related. So they go to the FISA court, which has got a wonderfully bad reputation right now. If the FISA court says you can listen to it, and then they listen to it and say, yeah, this does have some type of incriminating information, then they take that to a regular judge and say, we'd like to be able to use this in a normal eavesdropping wiretap to pursue. That's my understanding of how NSA, I think, got its initial activities determined or recognized or whatever.
Okay, good. Maybe I'll pick up on your comment about the role that reputation plays in constraining corporate activities that we might find undesirable. And it seems like one challenge here is that given that the potential activities are secret, it becomes quite difficult to think about the role that reputation might play, because again, how likely can we be that the public is going to come to learn, or that the relevant consuming public is going to come to learn about the activities in question? I mean, I certainly see the appeal of thinking about potential PR repercussions, and I see the appeal in thinking about the existing legal constraints and maintaining some kind of faith that those are going to be adequate when it comes to restraining corporate activity in this area. And yet, I'm not entirely sanguine about the possibilities that those are, at the end of the day, going to be effective. So, George, I don't know if you have thoughts you want to add here about how much faith we should have in existing laws and in corporations' self-interested commitments to maintaining a good reputation as being adequate to ensure that they don't act in ways that, for example, undermine civil liberties.
Well, whatever people think of Edward Snowden, I think many people say that what he did reveal started a conversation that perhaps should have been had before in the United States. And so to that extent that that conversation wasn't had before, what he has done is been salutary in that sense. So in that way, I think, to the extent that those people in government or those people in business or those people in academia perhaps have various self-interests, they need someone overseeing them or some kind of mechanism whereby the conversations that we need to have regarding these crucial issues of national security, of privacy, and confidentiality of material that people have, that those questions are raised. And it seems like we haven't had those conversations the way in which we should have been having them so that people can make some kind of informed judgment, perhaps, about how far and in what ways the NSA or other kinds of government bodies should have access to information that corporations have. The same thing holds for business. They have, and I think Dale put it nicely, there has to be a balance here. It's not just simply, well, we have to be guided by the bottom line. The bottom line's important. But there are also other considerations that are important as well that need to be taken into account. If a business is going to basically commit suicide by refraining from acceding to requests the government is making to it with regard to certain kinds of information, then you would think that that information the government is requesting of them must be really, really, really important, okay? And it's unlikely it's going to commit suicide in any case. But the more sensitive, the greater access, the greater depth of that access that somebody is asking of a business to have access to, then I think that the greater the ethical and legal perhaps, but ethical concerns of that business should be, and hence the greater the greater responsibility they have to respond in a way that resists those types of demands.
The other, just quickly, the other thing that I would add to the discussion about fiduciary responsibility and the bottom line is that there are some very powerful inducements to those companies that do business with the federal government to responsible behavior. The ultimate sanction being debarment for illicit activities, and the United States government debarred. I believe it was L3.
Yeah. L3
a couple of years ago, which is a not insignificant company, about $12 to $14 billion in revenue, and they were debarred, enjoined from treating with the federal government for some number of months. And so it's a very real and live concern. And so boards and officers balance a search for returns around the globe now with a risk assessment and a risk profile that they're balancing. And I know that our firm, Lockheed Martin, has recently disgorged or spun off firms, not because they were engaged in illicit business, but because the risk and other concerns about financial and business conduct controls were just so hard to accomplish that given the return that they were producing and the risk they were creating, there was an imbalance, and so the firm was spun off. So there are other checks other than high-minded people in search of the bottom line.
That's very helpful. I think I'm going to ask one last question for now. I know that our panelists are eager to hear from audience members, but before getting there, let me just shift the terrain a bit. We've been talking about ways in which corporations have been working with the government. Sometimes the government has been commandeering corporations. But the other sort of recent interaction that we've seen between the corporation and national security goes to the increasing use of private entities who are undertaking what traditionally have been public and in particular public military functions. So I'd invite Leo and Del to weigh in on what concerns we should have or whether we should all be concerned about the privatization of traditional military functions.
Leo, you go first.
I'll go very quickly because Lockheed Martin, as a matter of corporate policy, made a decision that its employees would not be involved in direct action. Mm-hmm. Some number of years ago, we do a lot of contracting in Afghanistan, a lot of support to the forces there, particularly in surveillance and reconnaissance. But we do not involve our employees in direct action.
Yeah, the use of private security companies, PSCs, has become real prevalent. Started in the Balkans, it's been more so post 9/11. And they perform two key functions for both the Department of State and the Department of Defense. The first is to protect key people and allow normal functions to take place. So when that's going on, it's a personal security attachment around an ambassador or around a key figure or even around a host nation key figure. They don't engage in operations where they go out and take the hill or such. They're fundamentally in a protective mode. The other key area where personal security companies and training companies are used extensively by the U.S. government are to train the armed forces, the law enforcement, the judiciary, and all of the governmental functions that nation can't do themselves, and that the U.S. government doesn't really have an apparatus to train judges overseas or whatever it may be. So we turned to the private sector immediately, and I mean real fast, and said, what's it take for you to spin up a training corps? What's it take you to spin up a protective corps, both mobile and stationary? And how fast can you get them there? And we're going to compete this on open source for X number of folks, and it's going to probably be a pretty high figure. Because if you don't use the contractors, you got to use a GI. And when you use a GI protecting a diplomat or a GI training someplace else, that's one GI less that you have on the battlefield to do what direct actions you want. So the private sector folks didn't really take over a mercenary role. They took over a training role or a protection role. Now, sometimes those got a little bit twisted around. In some of the training arenas, trainers were viewed as advisors and they went along. And in some of the protective missions, things went bad. But what that did was it helped the U.S. government get out of the hole to do a bigger mission. That's how the private sector folks look at this, what appears to be encroachment into the direct action business.
I guess I'd like to ask Del, what kinds of downsides do you see to such private security contractors and military? Questions of accountability, questions of how they operate others in ways than the U.S. military might act? And so aren't there problems that arise there?
The downside is there's probably a lot less accountability. And if there is accountability, it's not in the equivalent to a chain of command. The accountability is over on the side by the acquisition folks, called the contractor or the chief government representative. Those folks may or may not be skilled in building a training force. They may not be skilled in doing this protective work. And most unfortunately, DoD was well resourced to adequately, as best they could, monitor their dramatic growth in private contractors. State Department, much less so. So supervisory responsibilities probably were not as diligent at all in those two as compared to the military, and maybe a little bit less so for the Department of State.
What about incentive structures that are different if you're in the military as opposed to a private company?
The only incentive structures in the military is doing a good work. I mean, there's not additional pay and stuff like that.
So what about on the other side then?
I never saw a deliverable or a measurable saying successfully complete 62 security missions and we'll give you a bonus. I never saw anything that descriptive. I know the Department of State was particularly satisfied with one security company because they had no fatalities of State Department officials. Now, you may know some that I don't, but there's usually the bonuses are warranted by getting your mobilization of your people once you win the contract in place now rapidly. That's probably a bonus tied to that, and some other type of measurables throughout the contract. There are periodic things called CPARs, contractor report assessment program or something of that order, where they list exceptional, outstanding, average, below average, and challenges there. Another form of accountability is if the COR, the contracting representative, sees problems over time, they'll start issuing some letters, and they may terminate the contract for default. And I've been with a company that's gone through that too.
Yeah, well, perhaps I didn't mean so much incentive structures and bonuses for corporate officers, but in terms of simply how decisions are made to do certain types of things and do things in certain ways within the organization to complete the missions that they're undertaking.
So you're saying you have bonuses for leadership and they take shortcuts in other areas? Potentially. Yeah. There's something worse than that. The pay scale for basically personal security teams that came out in the very beginning was pretty high. They were getting a pretty good salary, and as they left the military or left law enforcement or they left the intelligence agencies, they're paid a good amount of money. And over time that was seen and evident. And so through fair competition and continuous reissue of the contracts, they're able to have more and more competition because now more companies came to the table. Mm-hmm. And what happened was the margin, the profit became less and less. So at one time, the margin in the very beginning was between 18 to 22% of the overall revenue. Now it's between maybe 3 and 5%. And you can't get those great former military participants or law enforcement folks at this much, much more reduced price. So you bring in someone who may not have had anywhere near that amount of military training or law enforcement training. And as we're seeing now, that the quality of what's taking place is much less. So that's not an advantage in the process. That's a function of the process becoming technically acceptable, lowest price. So that's kind of a reverse of what you said, George. But that is far more prevalent now than a bonus structure that allows less than desirable steps to be taken to reach a goal.
Yeah. Thanks. Did you want to?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing. Having served in the first Bush administration as a deputy secretary, I was a designated COO for VA, and therefore a member of the President's Management Council. And I will tell you, you might ask why we go down this road to begin with, and there's one reason that's pragmatic and one that's political. The political one is fairly obvious. To add all the people to do all the logistics tail, to do all the force protection and other things would take tens of thousands more folks in theater in the uniformed services. It's about a 1 to 3, 1 to 3.5 ratio. So if you want to have 10,000 more soldiers, sailors, and airmen, you got to add 35,000 to the infrastructure, and there's not an appetite to add that force structure. And then the other that we thought a lot about as we tried to manage the government is there's sort of the fully burdened rate of a government employee as opposed to a contractor. If you remember your basic economics, it's at the margin, buy the drink, as opposed to a full-fledged government employee. We have pay and benefits now, and you have a considerable tail in retirement benefits that are coming in the future. And when you play that out and do the net present value, it can justify what seem to be some pretty hefty differences between the out-of-pocket expenses for government employees today and contractors today. But the move to contractors had several factors, and I just wanted to explain a couple of them.
I'm going to jump on that just a bit more too. The contractors can spin up faster than the U.S. government can, and they can shut down faster than the government can. And as long as they're not involved in this direct combat action, it's a pretty good solution. By the way, we've done variations of that for a long time in the United States. In fact, Napoleon had contractors pulling the triggers on his artillery pieces way back in Paris in 1798. So they've been on the battlefield. They're going to be on the battlefield more because this reduction that's taking place now is going to affect logistics folks. And it's going to affect a lot of the other skill sets that contractors provide. So with this post 9/11 time frame out of Afghanistan, out of Iraq, and if something takes place, we'll see more contractors.
Just as we're getting ready to open this up for questions, our missing panelist today is Bill Craven, and I wanted to say a word about Bill and also to read or, in a few instances, paraphrase some remarks that Bill had sent me when we were brainstorming about this panel, because it does inject a slightly different note and a different topic here, and then invite the panelists maybe to comment on this. I should say that Bill Craven is the chair of our advisory board for CERL. He and I have really partnered in starting CERL. I don't think that I would have done it without Bill's encouragement. He and his wife, Pamela Craven, gave initial seed grant to help the law school get CERL going. And most importantly to me, he has been a great mentor and a great friend as I work to make this center something that can have a lot of influence in the real world, as well as just us academics who like to sit around and talk to ourselves a lot. So Bill has always kept us our feet on the ground and focused on real world consequences. Here's some sense of what Bill was going to say, and it raises the topic of whether or not, if government behaves in an ethical way, whether or not that can have some backward influence on corporations who deal with the government, and I suppose one could say vice versa. Bill called this to me kindergarten ethics, and as always, he has a very clear ethical vision, which is part of why he was interested in helping to start CERL. He says, as a non-academic business operator, my brain goes in a sort of lower level direction. This is kindergarten ethics. My thinking tends toward possibly sharing a checklist of areas I've found that seem to be potential hotspots for employee ethical lapses. And to also share the antidote, which is constantly reminding employees that we will operate in the manner you would operate if your mother were watching. As a leader, you've got to say it and demonstrate it. We never want to get close to the line. We want to operate clearly in the area of total honesty and integrity. Even small areas like lying about when shipments will be made, or forecasting when contract milestones will be completed, or even when the service tech will arrive. These are demonstrations of basic integrity that, when violated, set the stage for other larger transgressions by employees. I really believe the broken window theory applies to ethics in corporations. I found you never know which employees may be watching your reaction to events, and every employee needs to see and hear total commitment to integrity. One of the reasons I think I've always loved doing work for the U.S. government is the basic honesty and integrity I've generally found among the contracting officers. My biggest problem have come with people very new to our company and to serving the U.S. government, or people who have spent a lot of time overseas. The great news is when employees see you are willing to sacrifice income to tell the truth, they are pretty excited to work for you. People love an honest, open environment. In addition to the small ethical lapses in areas such as misstating when shipments or milestones will be met, we've seen some major areas of concern. The major problem areas we've found center on foreign agents soliciting bribes or wanting bribes to be paid to their customers and padding expenses, or applying costs to government contracts from other contracts. Excessive entertainment, which at some level looks remarkably like a bribe, rounds out the major concern areas. These matters are ones that seem to tempt more than a few people to tilt the situation in favor of the company. But they definitely cause an erosion of the ethical fabric. On the finance side, as a user of other people's money, we have also seen how certain CEOs will overstate future performance or lie about past performance. Again, your mother is watching, and life is too short to keep up with the tangle of lies created in fixing the books. The bankers and investors that have backed us will tell you they know they can count on information giving. In the financial markets, precision and total honesty is how you keep the money flowing. Comments?
Let me start by making an initial comment, because I've heard that the suggestion that one of the principles that you ought to operate on in business is to act in a way such that you would do what you would do if your mother was watching. It's just been suggested. And I'm terrible with names, so somebody here can help me out. But many of you have seen in the past Bonnie and Clyde, right? Now, Bonnie would have been a terrible mother to ask, how should I behave? And there must be other mothers out there doing methamphetamines and doing other terrible things to their families and to their neighbors and to the community. So I don't quite buy this, do what your mother would say. Maybe there's some ideal mother that doesn't have problems and issues. And, oh, I see, okay. Well, maybe for depth psychology and Freudian psychology, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think, and maybe this is a role in which ethicists or philosophers can play a role and say, look, sorry, no, pick somebody else. That we need to look at other kinds of devices that will help people make appropriate decisions. And I think one thing that's striking, and I may have misinterpreted this with regard to some of the other panels and perhaps even our panel, is a certain extent to which it is an individual issue. The individual researchers should have a certain kind of ethics. The individual mental health people should have a certain kinds of ethics. The individual business people should have a certain type of ethics. In part, I think what came out in the suggestion that we had from Bill Craven, but also in things that I think Leo has said, is the first place, the crucially important role that the structure and of the business has, what kind of ethics program it has. But if an ethics program by itself, all right, but what kinds of, come back to the word incentives, are people given within the business? How are they rewarded? When a rainmaker in the business does something that's really brings in lots of money but also screws up ethically, how is that person treated? That sounds a lot of indication to people how they should be behaving in that business. So I think on the business level, Lockheed Martin has a very elaborate and involved ethics program with videos that employees have made and training and on down the line. But in part, businesses have done this because of something in the government, to come back to the government influencing business and perhaps vice versa. There's been a host of things starting back, actually it had to do in part with Lockheed a long time ago with the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. and then moving up through any number of different types of things, Sarbanes-Oxley, federal sentencing guidelines, and any number of other kinds of legal instruments, shall I say, in government that said, look at businesses, here are the types of things you should be doing with regard to ethics programs, and even the most recent 2004, I believe, revision of the federal sentencing guidelines even talks about businesses having to create a culture of ethics. In other words, it's not just a check-off compliance mentality, supposedly, that people are to develop, but also a kind of cultural, values-based, that would address issues that you can't just do in a check-off type of situation. So I think that there's a great deal that is needed in terms of a beneficial relationship between business and government and business and the people who work for it. It's a three-cornered type of relationship. If you just leave it up to the individuals, it's not going to happen. If you just leave it up to the business, it's not going to happen. If you leave it just up to the government, it's not going to happen. You need these three operating together, I think, to create an ethical situation in businesses whereby some of the important questions that arise with regard to national security issues might be addressed, allowing that at times there will be tensions between or amongst those different partners.
I'm going to take the gist of what Bill said, and it's pretty kind of close to what I had implied or said earlier on about who guards the guardians, and it's the personal values who keep an eye on the guardians. We'll never have enough IGs. We'll never have enough supervisors. We'll never have enough of the folks who are going to look over your shoulder to make sure you're ethically bound and policy bound to protect every single event. So that's why it's dependent upon the individual to have their values, understand their values, and live their values. In many Western countries, you get that stuff at home, and then you go and you get a little bit of it at school, and you may get a little bit of it at college. The important part in the business world is once you join that business, if it's a business of substance and not a brand spanking new small business, which is scrambling all the time, they'll develop this ethics program thing, and they'll put an ethics officer in charge, and they'll have that person probably dual-hatted as a compliance officer, and you will be doing ethics once a year, and you will be seeing it displayed, if nothing else, only in the computer and the classroom environment, but it will be discussed. And as you progress through that organization, you'll see the ethics challenges from a startup to middle management to higher management. And the intent through those programs now in the Western nations is to embed ethics every step the way you go. To some extent, the military does that already. You start off as a second lieutenant, you get it at Fort Benning. Later on as a captain, you get it at Major, you get it at Leavenworth. Later on, you get it at the war colleges, and eventually you get it at a capstone. Industry is probably better off on the continuous training of ethics for the individual. Now let's fast forward to something that's relevant. A company that I'm not going to mention that is a very large defense industry had the grooming of the successor going full speed, and that successor was had all the right business skills and attributes to take over, and then he had some type of failing personally with a subordinate, and it became public. And that business finished him off. Said, you're not going to take over. Here's the door. Move out. Since we're streaming, or whatever that official term is right now, I'm going to be as vague as I can, but if you can put some of this together, it shouldn't be that tough. That message by the leadership of that huge aerospace industry to stop the progression of the individual because of a personal failing was a pretty powerful message. That company already gets good marks for its ethics, and they in fact earned it that time. And it trickled all the way down through the company. So they all saw that in addition to getting taught ethics, once a year and through the system, not get taught but get reminded, they also lived it. So that's a challenge we're going to have, and that applies to business, it applies in law enforcement, it applies in academics across the board. Who guards the guardians? Their values guard themselves. Leo?
Yeah, no, I will just say very quickly, Del mentioned ethics and compliance, and the difference between the two is that you comply with a law or regulation or policy, and you aspire to an ethical standard. You aspire to live out a certain set of values and to be an organization or a person of integrity. One of the things that's not, I don't think, widely appreciated outside the defense industry is that ethics in the defense industry is not conducted to an auditable standard. And that really goes back to the mid-'90s when Jack Welch, who, pretty famous CEO at General Electric. General Electric was big in aerospace and defense in those days. And he rallied the CEOs in the industry after a particularly turbulent time in the industry, and basically said, we need to get our house in order and demonstrate to our customer and to the American people that we can we can actually live out and put in place values-based ethics programs, or else we're going to have something, mandated on us, legislated on us. And the great fear there in those days, and I still have it, is that if you mandate auditable standards of ethics, or try to, you'll get a lowest common denominator type regime. And so something called the Defense Industry Initiative on Business Ethical Conduct was formed. Later, this was bolstered by the Federal Sentencing Guidelines and other things. But that consortium still exists today. The effort to implement values-based ethics programs across the industry exists today. None of the materials that we at least publish or produce inside Lockheed Martin are labeled proprietary because the industry rises and falls as an industry with regard to this aspect, and we're happy to share those things with our colleagues and with our supply chain. So it's a little bit different industry. Obviously, there are laws that govern us. There are some very severe sanctions, but our programs are a matter of an industry effort to have values-based ethics in our industry.
I think we have time for just a couple questions. And I'm going to suggest that we actually suppress the break and go right into the next panel to get back on schedule. So we would, as soon as we're done with this discussion, we'll just go right up with our science and engineering panel.
My name is Ted Lieberman. I'm a recovering lawyer. I want to ask a slightly different ethical question, and I'm particularly happy to ask it of this panel because these gentlemen have not only are involved with important defense industries, but both of you were officers of the United States and responsible for the national security of the country as well as the security of your own men and women. So my question is this. Since 9/11, we've been told that we have to make sacrifices for our country and to protect our existence. And certainly many people in the United States have done this, and members of the military in particular have. At the same time, in order to facilitate those efforts, we have spent hundreds of billions of dollars of tax money on defense industries. So my question is there a point where, faced with existential threats to the country, there's an ethical question as to putting limits on the profits to large defense industries? Does it become an ethical question at all in your minds?
I've got a response, which is, I don't know if you've looked, but the average among the S&P 500 in terms of profit margins is around 15%. Our industry average is about 11%. So I would like I think it's unethical that we don't get profit. That's a
I
joke.
know what you're going to say. You want more.
No, but we get it's a good question, and my answer is not meant to be flip, but just to inject a tiny bit of humor. One of the biggest misnomers out there is that our industry, or even my firm, Lockheed Martin, or any other leading firm, is extraordinarily profitable. We're not. Although we are commercial firms, we do have shareholders. We do go to the capital markets in order to finance our operations and our inventory and the like. And it was set up this way after the Second World War. And I think it's worked particularly well because the country wanted to have commercial firms that could attract top talent, do first-class research and development. And to do that, you have to command a market rate of return. And if you look back historically and even now, we do, but we do not. We've never exceeded the average of the S&P 500 as a group. We don't now, and you can't find any of the top 6 or 8 firms that does. So we don't. Things cost a lot of money. Satellites cost a lot of money. Stealth aircraft cost a lot of money, but the profit margins on those are not exorbitant.
Yeah. The government sees everything from a business. If the government hired them to build an airplane, a tank, a helicopter, or a weapon, they see the whole thing. They see profit margin 11%, 14%, 22%, 4%. So the government signs up to that. Where the government is shrewd, says, I'm not going to have a sole source all the time. I'm going to make it competition. So we'll put in 3 or 4 other companies, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Sikorsky, Bell, and then those 4 put together separately an opportunity to present a new helicopter to the government. And the government sees it all. So if the government doesn't want to buy it, doesn't have to buy it. So that there's I'm trying to dispel a thought that there might be price gouging by the companies in government contracts. I haven't seen it, and that's the control measure that's in place. But what private sector can do and does do is once they built those F-16s for the United States, when they sell that externally, then the price is a lot higher. Now, there's still a bit of a limit based on foreign military sales program, but sometimes there's a logic, sell it to the U.S. government, now try and sell it to other folks, and then make up your profit with the other folks.
Yeah, the other little perturbation I would mention is that there are some times when you'll see almost described as intertemporal profit excursions when the government uses fixed price contracting. Once we understand the bill of materials, we're building the F-35, we'll get to a point where we understand the bill of materials, we know what we're doing, and this works ultimately to the advantage of both the government and Lockheed Martin, and we'll say, they'll give us a contract to produce 80 airplanes and for a fixed price. Now we have every incentive to go out and beat that price because every cent that we save in our cost drops to the bottom line as profit for us. And so you might see the profit spike, but then what the government does is it scoops that up in the next negotiation for the next lot of aircraft, giving us an incentive to go out and work our supply chain, work our efficiencies, and get the cost down and thereby bring the price down. So sometimes you'll see us, but in average, we're like clockwork if you look at Lockheed Martin. We'll be right at 11, 12% overall corporate profit because we're doing some risky work on what's called a cost-plus basis where government specifies, go out and develop. We're in development for the F-35. When we started development, there are several things that literally no one in the world knew how to do. We're happy to do the impossible, but sometimes it costs a little money and takes some time. We're off developing those, so they pay us because there's a lot of risk to do that, and we get a little fee on top of it. But that's a stipulated fee. Typically it can go from 6 to 10 or 11, 12%, but it's a nominal fee until we understand that bill of material, and then we can get into that regime where we're trying to make profit, and then they take it from us and give us incentive to go off and do it again. And that can work very well for both us and the government, but the government, again, knows our cost structure, watches things very very closely, and overall, we end up in that 11 to 12% range.
Please, I'm sorry.
Can I
Last word?
Let me just take a different tact on your question, not the amount of profit the defense industry makes, but that what we're concerned about when we're concerned about national security is simply the military or defense in that sense. And there's a whole discussion that we haven't had here, but I think is really important with regard to the basic infrastructure of this society. Infrastructure in terms of electric grids, infrastructure in terms of nuclear power plants, infrastructure in terms of health was mentioned in an earlier panel. I think also with regard to the software that is used, the vulnerabilities that it might have, and the incentives that companies such as Microsoft have looking over those vulnerabilities. I think that's a huge discussion that does impact national security in a different way than we've been talking about it, but a discussion that's linked with corporate dilemmas and corporate responsibilities as well that should be part of this discussion as well.
Please join me in thanking our panelists. So we'll just reset the stage here and go right on to the science and technology panel. After the panel, we will take a brief break before our keynote speaker, David Luban, and then, as I said, at the end of his speech, we'll have responses from members of the different panels so that we can try to tie the different topics together.
Okay, good to be in a panel.
So we were on Summit. Okay.
Lisa Preston. Hi there, Michael. Nice to meet you, Martin. I lost my badge somewhere along the way.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm in Orlando.
Do you? Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead and tell his throats.
So we now come to our last panel before our keynote address, which is a panel on scientists and engineers and national security, moderated by Michael Weisberg, who is from the philosophy department here at University of Pennsylvania, and who specializes in philosophy of science. So Michael, take it away.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you all for being here. We have the hardest hour, at least for me, to do a panel, but I think we have such an interesting group that you're going to find this really an exciting hour. So let me just briefly introduce our speakers, very briefly, so we can get down to it. To my right is Michael Langman, who is the founder and co-president of Wharton Aerospace, which is actually a Penn product. It's Wharton as in Air Wharton, and it's an association of senior executives with ties to commercial aerospace and defense industries. To his right is Martha Farah, who is a professor in the Department of Psychology, and she is the director of the Center for Neuroscience and Society and a former director of the Center for Cognitive Neuroscience here at the University of Pennsylvania. To her right is Vijay Kumar, who is a professor in the School of Engineering and Applied Science. He has worked in the White House Office of Security and Technology Policy, and his research here involves robots, so I'm sure we'll be having some robots in our discussion. And finally, at the end of the table is Dr. Terry Wallace, who is the Principal Associate Director for Science, Technology, and Engineering at Los Alamos National Laboratories, and he has previously served as the Associate Director of Strategic Research, and I'm not seeing it in your bio, but I believe you have a different title now.
That's correct. So I'm the Principal Associate Director for Global Security.
Global Security, right. I knew it seemed relevant to the panel. So what we're going to talk about today are actually, at least we'll set off with kind of two kinds of questions that I've mentioned to the panelists that I think would be interesting to this group, and then hopefully we'll leave lots of time for your questions. So the second set of questions is probably more closely tied to the other things we've discussed over the course of the day, the kind of direct ethical questions and dilemmas that face scientists and engineers in working in these areas. But I actually wanted to start in a slightly different place, maybe just for a little variety, and that's something a little bit more about what we might say the epistemology of science, or what makes science work really well. And so I think it would be interesting to ask if we take that normally science is taken to be this highly open endeavor, that scientists are supposed to be non-egoistic, they're supposed to share data with one another, they're supposed to publish openly, peer review is supposed to be done in open, and yet everybody sitting at this table has worked in areas that involve some degree of secrecy, from maximal secrecy, where not even everybody in the laboratory knows what they're engaged in, to maybe not even understanding how your work is going to be used. So I wanted to ask if any of our panelists wanted to begin talking about that, how the demands of science and engineering that involve openness, the demands of working in an area of national security, how they've become in tension in their work, and maybe how they think how you can negotiate this.
Maybe I'll take a real quick break at this. Los Alamos has about 12,000 people on a given day. And of course, we have highly classified work, both for our own nuclear stockpile, and then my job basically is everything to do with nuclear that's not our stockpile. So Los Alamos is responsible for all technical assessments of other people's nuclear programs. Los Alamos is responsible for providing scientific solutions to counter proliferation or non-proliferation. Los Alamos is charged with looking at what we call strategic latency, understanding how technology is out there that will suddenly become important in a way we didn't expect. Additive manufacturing is an example of this. And so we actually keep a large number of scientists that aren't directly employed in that. We have a large number of foreign nationals at Los Alamos, 800. And so we have to be able to have a vibrant scientific enterprise to draw upon, but at the same time have to have highly compartmentalized. There's many programs that only I know, that all the different parts. And the only way I can answer you is that this is a challenge that's daily. But if you went to the scientific enterprise at Los Alamos and asked and looked at the people that were there, I think you'd find they were culturally different than you would see at a university. And we don't promote individualism, and in fact, most of us don't end up getting to publish very much. And it actually creates something that's a bigger dichotomy between us. I served 20 years in academics, and trying to understand what's your position or your role in that. And we shouldn't think scientists are special that way. They're no different than somebody going to the military versus someone going somewhere else. But the fact of the matter is, culturally, you can't lump scientists together in that way. You have to really look at the environment that they're in.
I'm wondering if so we have two academic scientists, when you interface with either the military or a government lab like Los Alamos, do these different cultural differences or differences in expectations about how research is shared, do they come up?
You probably have more to say about it than I do.
Yeah, definitely there is a clash of cultures. Of course, at Penn, we don't do any classified work, and I think most members of the Penn community are supportive of that attitude. But there's an increasingly interesting cross-section of problems which are subject to export controls. So export control restrictions apply to products that are fielded by the military. And as you can imagine now, there are lots of sort of standard off-the-shelf technologies that are fielded by the military that now then get labeled with this export control restrictions. So for example, in my own work, I work with unmanned aerial vehicles. So autopilots, for instance, are subject to export controls. So which means if I collaborate with DoD labs, then I have to be very careful about what that collaboration entails. In particular, if there's some exchange of software, exchange of hardware, then I have to make sure that only U.S. personnel can, U.S. persons can access that software or hardware.
This is even in your own laboratory?
In my own laboratory. And I try to stay away from this. But on the other hand, a lot of the interesting problems now that my group is pursuing does involve this kind of hardware and software. So this is something that we've been struggling with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll just say I've had grants and contracts with Office of Naval Research, and never encountered any kinds of issues about openness. They were eager for me to publish. So I think that's just to say there's a lot of work that's relevant to national security that is not subject to any kind of controls, but obviously there's the other as well.
Mm-hmm. Mike, did you So Michael, among other things, buys this technology, represents people that do. I wondered how things look from that perspective.
Well, certainly. In my day job, I'm an investment banker to aerospace and defense companies, and it was just less than a year ago. I was representing a company that wanted to buy a small company that develops the databases for used by the intelligence agencies for counter IED detection. And what we discovered, a sticking point in buying the company was we discovered that they were sharing a lot of technical data with all these other foreign governments without applying for permission from the U.S. government, and it made the deal a non-starter right from the beginning. And it took us a whole year just to help this other company correct all the ITAR, International Trade and Arms Regulation violations that they had, because they were in just tremendous. They were about to be in tremendous trouble with the U.S. government because, people can say information wants to be free, but these kind of sensitive technologies, just you have no business sharing this with these countries and organizations that actually are potentially hostile to U.S. interests. So it's not something frivolous. It's taken very seriously by government and also the industry that tries to play by the rules.
So Terry, I was really curious. One of the things you said in the middle was very interesting. You were saying how the culture on the secretive side of Los Alamos has to adapt in certain ways, and you've seen both sides as an academic as well. Is there anything you can tell us about how when sort of collaboration with colleagues, peer review, when those aren't the mechanisms for quality control or for just making sure that you're not just being there's this talk sometimes in the social science about herding behavior, where people just their beliefs converge, but not for good reasons. And are there techniques that you've developed over, I guess, 70 years?
70 years this last summer. People came together at Los Alamos. That's a good question. And in fact, the worry about that was actually the reason that there's 2 physics labs associated with nuclear weapons, Livermore and Los Alamos, so that there would be intense peer pressure and peer review, and for that exact reason. And this is certainly accelerated for a long time. It may sound a little facetious, but when we talked about nuclear weapons, we could always just go test something. And so it was a very Edisonian approach. And when testing stopped in 1992, and you wanted to certify a nuclear weapon, you depended upon science, and you could not be in the position in which you believed yourself. And so they set up an adversarial review process. So both these labs are popular with a large number of people, but in addition, there's a large number of academics which come back in and work on parts of this problem. If you look at the number of people that have what we call Q clearance, so that's allows you to have restricted data access, that's to do things with nuclear weapons in this country. There's about 35,000 scientists that have that, and about half of those are outside the actual Department of Energy. And they're there for a reason, to provide that oversight and that review. Putting all those pieces together, which is the end product, there's few people that actually understand all those.
Mm-hmm. All right, I didn't know if anyone else wanted to you guys have all been on the other side, it sounds like, so maybe this is, Martha, did you?
I have sort of a follow-up question, which I think is kind of where your question began.
Okay.
And that is, do the thought experiment, all secrecy is ended and everybody can talk to everybody. Do you think the science would have flourished, advanced significantly beyond where it is now? What is the secrecy doing to the science?
So that's a really good question, and we get asked those kinds of questions all the time. What do you do with secrecy? And very interesting, the originator of the second laboratory, who in many ways cast a dark shadow over U.S. scientists, is Edward Teller. And Edward Teller had a very simple concept. He thought all things should be unclassified, and that would force the United States to always be 2 years ahead of the rest of the world. We would always be forced to be, that much smarter. That probably worked till about 1951. But nevertheless, there has always been this kind of tension to this. But I will tell you that anything will eventually become unclassified. I mean, it may be classified, but it will be known. The principles of physics simply, their nature. They own the ultimate classification to that. I don't believe that we would be much more advanced. I think that the fact of the matter that when I listen to the discussion of the NSA and Snowden here, I realize we still got a lot of really closely guarded secrets that apparently no one understands. And so I will tell you that there's a huge body of work that's actually highly classified that I believe that 99, and I'll put lots of nines behind that, percent of our population, including the science and engineers, don't actually know what our capability is.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting. As it turns out, Edward Teller's son is a philosopher of science, so maybe he learned that part from his father. Why don't we move on to the question I know that everybody on this panel is really dying to really talk about, although maybe we can come back to the openness later in discussion, and that's about the ethical issues themselves. So all of you, in one way or the other, have been involved in technologies that either are, have been, will be, might be used by the military. And I'm personally very interested, even before getting into the deeper ethical issues, just in how you navigate that as a engineer, as a banker working with companies thinking of buying technologies, as research scientists, as a deputy director of a laboratory. I mean, everybody has boundaries somewhere. Most scientists I know, for example, wouldn't develop biological weapons, even if they'd work in other things. So, or if any of you are willing to share how you've
Can I
thought about those
just start to
boundaries,
frame that?
Sure.
Because we get asked this also, and of course, we discuss biological, and you can look at something like the Spanish flu, or we discussed that earlier today, and if you could weaponize that, what it would do. But the fact of the matter is, in 1943, 70 years ago, we brought forth the best and the brightest from the world. And they were asked to build a weapon that it wasn't very difficult for them to understand that it could kill millions of people. Mm-hmm. And they very much did that, and they did it in an 18-month period, because the ethics at the time was stopping absolutely menacing world war, in which they thought the outcome could be the destruction of humanity as they knew it. And then after August of 1945, many of those people reflected upon what they did, and suddenly the ethics had changed because context had changed. Mm-hmm. So it's very difficult to answer that question without understanding the context associated with the ethical question. So if we're asked to develop, to be able to be involved in a counterproliferation, so that unnamed island state in the middle of the South Pacific doesn't develop a nuclear bomb and drop it on somebody, we would, the ethical context for that is immediacy, but the moral consequence may be down the stream. And it's a very, very difficult one for us to be able to do. We have to operate within that context that is given to the problem, just as it was for World War II.
So do you take it that then the actual your obligation as a scientist, it changes with the historical circumstance? So, I mean, it's generally thought that those Los Alamos scientists then who said, okay, no more, or let's at least share the secrets. I mean,
Well, they were pretty effective at sharing the secrets.
Yeah,
yes.
well, some of them, all along from day one, right? But but do you think that that's? I'm not asking you to judge them, but I'm just wondering if that's.
No, but I think that's the dilemma we have to deal with on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. And so we heard lots about security and so on today, but the fact of the matter is that it's our job actually to protect the secrets, not the other way around, which is an interesting dilemma in its own self. But there's an ethical context, and it does change with both society and with time. So we do get asked to do things which I consider unethical, and we turn away. And it's hard for me to talk about those without getting in trouble. But one example would be our reputation is part of the nation's deterrent. And so we would never accept work in which we would basically publish papers which were false. Mm-hmm. That's a kind of an example we're asked actually to do routinely. Mm-hmm. But we will never do that. That's an easy ethical question, probably, actually. But they grade down from that. And so, a question that you would maybe, and they would resonate, and perhaps we get asked occasionally, can you make a weapon, let's just pick a bomb, which has no collateral damage, so that you drop this bomb on, and it will not kill anybody else around there, just kill the intended target. Mm-hmm. You're still killing somebody. And so there's a context around that we have to navigate in terms of the ethical question.
So one of the things that comes up maybe for BJ and for Martha is that the kinds of things you're doing is you're not developing a weapon, or in Martha's case, you're not developing a technology that could help a soldier directly, but you're a couple of steps out. And so one of the things, in addition to thinking about the larger global context that Terry's talking about, you also have to sort of be thinking 5 steps ahead. What could someone do with this, and how much of that is my obligation as a scientist? So I wonder if you would like to say anything about how you navigate that. Vijay, for example, gets protests outside of his laboratory occasionally.
So yes, I do work in robotics, and as I said earlier, we work on unmanned aerial vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and the public is quick to confuse these with what they call drones, which are really remotely piloted vehicles. There are pilots that actually control these vehicles, and I think of them more as a glorified version of the remote control cars I used to play with as a child. So it's people that are actually controlling these vehicles and deploying weapons from these vehicles. And superficially, it looks like we're working on vehicles like that. And of course, we're funded by the Department of Defense, but like Martha said, we're actually required under our grants to publish everything we do, and everything is open. But of course, the public doesn't realize that, and that's why we have these demonstrations. But our own interest is really developing robots that can sort of change the way we think about first response, disaster management, search and rescue, really how changing the way human beings respond to disasters. Just going back to the June 30th accident where 19 firefighters lost their lives in Yarnell, Arizona. So the ethical question is, should we not all be thinking about the following question? Could we develop machines and deploy machines that could have saved the lives of those 19 people? And I think that's the dilemma you have to deal with. And so in my case, the answer is yes, that's what we should be working on. So to the extent that the same machines can actually be weaponized and be used to destroy people, yes, I mean, this is something we're painfully aware of. But as came up in an earlier panel, I think we also have a collective responsibility to study and understand these advanced technologies so that we're never surprised by how they're deployed by the bad guys, quote unquote. So if there are these bad technologies that are being developed, wouldn't you rather be the person that's developing it so you can figure out what the defenses are? And I think this point was made earlier too. So to me, what seems like an ethical question, I've never lost any sleep over it, and I actually...
I'm going to just push you just a little bit.
Sure.
Because I feel like we're friends already. That's a pretty low ethical bar. We have to think about it. You have to anticipate. I mean, it doesn't sound like there's much... I mean, shouldn't there be some threshold after which you would say, no, I'm just not going to work on that?
Definitely. So, our work is sponsored by the Department of Defense. And although it's basic research, DoD would love to see our results being translated into something tangible that then they can hold up as success stories. Mm-hmm. And frequently we'll get requests like, hey, what would it take to get one of your robots to carry C5 explosives? And we don't do anything connected with that. In fact, we don't do anything that does not allow anyone from any nationality to walk into our lab and look around at any point. That's the question that we ask. And quite honestly, I don't know where the next best student is going to walk in from, what country he or she is going to belong to. And I think it's very important that we do that.
Martha, I definitely want to come back to you on this, but Michael and I were discussing this at lunch. Something that Vijay was saying in the middle of the discussion about, so you can say that there will be all these bad things, but, first of all, defending against an enemy's capability, that's a good thing that you get by doing this kind of work. But also, Michael was saying, the kind of argument NASA used to make about you pay for the space program, you get all these really great side benefits like aluminum foil and Tang. So you were saying some of your customers or your clients are actually thinking about these issues too.
Oh yes. So in fact, Vijay, we have a common colleague. One of my clients. His core business is in the humanitarian demining space, where he develops equipment to go ahead and find and eliminate the minefields in a lot of third world countries, where just like Cambodia and Laos, where just the remnants, the mines, decades afterwards, just devastate the civilian population. And I was recommending that he speak to a company to apply his technology for remote weapon stations. And the owner of the business said, well, gee, Michael, I feel really uncomfortable that my product would be used to go ahead and kill people. And I reminded Sam about in fact, it's the slogan of Dr. McKay's from Lockheed Martin. It's the largest defense company in the world. Their slogan is, "We never forget who we work for," which is, even though I would never end my sentences in prepositions like that, it's well, Sam, that's exactly it. It's like, well, why wouldn't you want to deploy this product in a way that can save the lives of U.S. soldiers that are actually out there in Afghanistan and Iraq? A war that we sent these boys into. Why can't we use this to protect these people? I mean, they're not bad people. And to the extent that this is a precision strike application, the fact is that it's an ability for the U.S. government to go ahead and accomplish military objectives while at the same time mitigating the possibility of any collateral damage or killing other people except for the bad guy. So I think it's just a matter of going from a mere abstraction to actually thinking about what this actually looks like when you deploy it, and I don't see any ethical issue around something like that at all.
So no matter what kind of, I mean, you're obviously representing people that would like to buy things, or sell things, but you think that everything's always acceptable as long as it helps the good guys.
No, I didn't say that. I mean, all these things, I certainly didn't say that. I mean, all of these things are within a legal constraints and legal context. It's just simply, again, to give an example. So, Colonel Wilcox, who's out there as the chief instructor for all the ROTC cadets here at UPenn, he's training kids that are, when they're 21, 22, they're going to deploy, and I'd like to think that what we're doing in our industry is providing the tools so that they can come home safely.
I think we could probably pursue this further later, but let me ask Martha to jump into this.
Well, actually, yeah, let me jump into this. I do have my own little examples of ethical dilemmas from my field, cognitive neuroscience and psychology, which have to do with sort of mind control, brain reading, et cetera, to put them in their most provocative terms. But I actually want to follow up on what both of my neighbors here have been saying. Let me preface this by saying, I don't like the idea of killing people. I don't like the idea of making war. I am very glad that, we didn't go in with guns blazing or things, explosives dropping or whatever in Syria. I mean, I really think hanging back, longer is better. So you know where I'm coming from. But I think we could aspire to a more kind of nuanced form of moral reasoning than saying, whatever I work on is okay if it is not, expressly for the purpose of killing people. And once it does become for the purpose of killing people, then I don't want it going on in my lab, I don't want to take money for it, et cetera. I mean, we live in a war. We live in a world where people fight wars. We live in a country where we have a military, and we don't want to unilaterally disarm. And so I guess, Vijay, let me push you a little bit there and say, is it, I mean, I share your sort of gut reaction of distaste, of not wanting to be a part of designing something that kills people under any circumstances. On the other hand, I think there are a lot of nuances that sort of Michael began to introduce here about, well, what if killing some of them saves some of us? What if killing some of them saves more of us? I mean, I'm just not sure. I do feel frustrated with academics who, who like the DoD money, except, and they make a simple line between when it's a weapon and when it's not. And I'm not saying I would have an easier time figuring out when to take it and when not, when to take DoD funding. And I'm not saying, sure, kill people if it's an interesting research grant and happens to give a weapon that would be more effective, no question, go for it. I guess I'm basically just pointing to the difficulty of making these moral decisions, and I'm just saying I really don't think it's that simple. So.
Yeah, so I do feel pushed. So I think maybe in my case these decisions were a lot easier, but I could imagine, so you talked about the 1943 events, but that was preceded by people who were working on radioactive phosphorus and iodine for medical applications, right, and exploring biologic phenomena. And I could imagine that some of that work could have been diverted in this direction in a possibly very interesting scientific direction, which also led to weaponization. And I can imagine that those decisions would have been a lot harder to make. In my case, it was just very simple. If you think about taking the novel algorithms, methodologies we're developing, and you weaponize them, it becomes, it's now secret. My main mission, I think, is to, besides developing new ideas, is also to educate students and to keep things open. And I sort of firmly believe in that. And I think that's my job. So for me, if it was not for the superficial reaction to, oh, let's not kill people, it would be this reaction, which is, how can I do this in my lab? I guess the decision would be a lot more complicated if there were truly a scientific question that lay at the center of all of this. Then you would be sort of split. I can really put this unique knowledge that I have, scientific knowledge I have, that can truly benefit at least a cross section of mankind that I believe in. So I've never had to encounter this question. But that's certainly a little more nuanced, as you pointed out.
Yeah, okay.
Martha, have you had to? I could come up with a scenario for you, but have you faced this yourself? So for example, people I can imagine might think that if they have a naive understanding of the state of cognitive neuroscience, they might think you could read people's minds as a form of interrogation by sticking them into a scanner. We can't do that or anything like it, but one could accept a grant for that. Maybe one's against that sort of thing.
Yes.
Do people come to you like this?
Well, in that, I would be very, very happy to take a grant to do that, partly because I am confident that it wouldn't work, but I'd get to do lots of scanning. Well, this raises an interesting question, which is, the problematic relationship, the problematic applications of science that could work and that really could kill people, violate, mental privacy by reading your mind, whatever. Obviously, that's the sort of damned if you do part, but then there's the damned if you don't, right? Which is the interest on the part of, various parts of the nation's national security, and in our country and other countries, intense interest in technologies for goals, for applications that these technologies really are not up to delivering. And, it's one thing if, a weapons system, you do a test and, it doesn't work, and everybody can see that it doesn't work. But in particular, this detection of deception through brain imaging, it's hard to see that it doesn't work. What it would take to actually perform an adequate trial, an adequate test, has never been done. And what I mean by that is what it would take to see whether real-world deception, lying about something that really matters to you, not lying to the nice neuroscience researcher who's paying you $25 an hour to get in the scanner and say, no, I did not see a 6 of hearts, but lying about things that really matter, can we tell when people are lying and not? And to do that, you would need first to gather cases in the real world where somebody is making a claim that might or might not be a lie, and you need to then scan them with a standardized protocol. and then have an independent way to find out, in the end, what does the evidence say. Peter Imrie, who's a statistician at the Mayo Clinic, estimates that he served on a panel convened by the National Academy of Sciences to examine the use of the polygraph for screening and national security applications. He estimated that to validate fMRI lie detection would cost hundreds of millions of dollars. It would be on the order of like one of the more expensive drug trials that the pharmaceutical industry does. More immediately, what my colleagues and I see when we look at this literature is very flawed research, very biased interpretations of results on the part of the people who have the companies that offer fMRI lie detection. Daniel Langleman, who's a professor here at Penn, who's done some of this research. His technique is licensed to a company with a wonderful name, No Lie MRI. And he, in the end, just said, basically, take every mention of my name off your website because I think you guys are so misrepresenting what this thing can do. Okay, so now what I worry about, and Jonathan Marks has written eloquently about this, is that, a combination of the people, the policymakers, not really understanding how to evaluate neuroscience research, plus, wishful thinking. We really want to figure out, who's telling the truth and who's not, and we don't want to have to torture them to find out, and so forth. It, may have already led to our government, other governments' uses of these methods, but they are really not yet validated, and they are probably not good. And, just think what happens when some detainee fails the fMRI lie detection test. Bad for national security, and certainly bad for the rights of the detainees. I'll shut up there.
So Terry,
I'm probably the most polygraph person in the room. I don't know. This is an esteemed set of colleagues, but I usually get 9 a year. And that just happens to be the way the job is because each one of the agencies has their own. And we all know that it's an incredibly flawed methodology. And yet I sit through that many a year. And we have a number of people that fail polygraphs on a regular basis. And we don't know whether they were lying or not. But the consequences are pretty ruthless. You'll lose some set of security clearances when that happens, and there is no real recall. It's a long process back. And this is certainly a case in which somehow we've accepted. Everybody knows polygraphs don't really work. They may work on some. I don't know.
They don't really work. Isn't that the Martha? That's what your field accepts. They don't work, right?
Yeah.
But they're unfortunately a standard.
Than chance, yes. Are they much better than chance? Who knows? Probably not.
But we as a nation have accepted them, and so it's an example of, I don't know whether to say pseudoscience or science, which something has gone bad because of our desire to solve a problem becomes the driver. And that's what we have to really be careful about.
This is actually what I was going to ask you. Polygraph might actually be a good example, but I assume on your day job, you must have other things where either you're asked or you initiate the evaluation of something that we really wish we could do this.
Oh, yeah. So
are you often in the position of telling?
So our job is to be, one of the reasons that Los Alamos is not a government employee, we're contractors, was originally set up so there'd be civilian control of nuclear weapons, which is a fallacy, but nevertheless. And then in addition, we'd be set up as an FFRDC so that we would answer the questions without the consequence of the pressure from the government. But in fact, the pressures are pretty extreme. So you can imagine that since we do technical intelligence, in other words, people come with us and say, what does this mean? Almost always that is delivered with a political envelope. We would certainly like to prove one way or the other where the state of Iran's nuclear weapons program is. And so if there's a technological piece of thing that comes to us, almost always it could be asked by a different agency. does this prove that they did the following? And it's our job to give an honest answer. But I will tell you that we're always pressured to fit within the national intelligence estimate or some other reason. And these are what I have to navigate as the answer back, and we try to remove that pressure from the actual people that work that. But I will tell you that there is no question that we have to solve that doesn't have a political consequence. And we would be telling you a lie if we didn't say that we didn't get pressure associated with those political consequences.
So I think this is a really good time. I mean, we could keep going, I think, for another few hours, but I'd like to open this up for discussion because there's so many interesting issues already on the table. I don't know, are the microphones in their stands? I'm being blinded here by the lights. So if anyone would like, let's start here in the front. Oh, did you want to ask a question?
Oh, yes, please.
Cool, sure.
Dr. Barr, you mentioned that... Could you take the microphone? My name is Lansdale Henderson from the John Jay Institute. And Dr. Farrer, you mentioned that policymakers don't necessarily fully understand the neuroscience research. And my question for the panel was whether, in your opinion, there is a need for more scientists and engineers in elected office that can more properly wrestle with these ethical implications and technical limitations of some of this research and development.
Well, I can give you a one-word answer, yes. And also just not even necessarily, okay, I'm over one word now, but not even necessarily more scientists and engineers in, elected office and the various other, parts of the government. But just people who have some understanding of science and technology, including, the ability to distinguish a good versus a bad experimental design, the ability to interpret a statistical outcome. We still have a big two cultures problem. Does everybody remember in college reading about C.P. Snow's The Two Cultures? The idea that the people who are by and large, the movers and shakers in business, in journalism, and in law and government tend to have not taken a lot of science beyond the high school level, and a rather shocking level of scientific ignorance is socially acceptable. Whereas if I revealed here that I didn't know who Shakespeare was or something, everybody would be like, "Oh my God, she's." Complete ignoramus, but people can have sort of equivalent lack of understanding of science and technology and sort of get through. And I do think it would be very, very good if we improved sort of, STEM literacy for the sake of these national security problems.
So if I can just add to that, so I think certainly we need to invest in new mechanisms where a better understanding of the science and technology issues can be used to inform policy making, but also the other way around. I think we need better policy to ensure that we have the science and technology to make those decisions. So it goes both ways.
Can I ask a question? Terry, first of all, I wanted to commend you on your honesty about the
That's also why I haven't got a raise for 4 years.
What about the seven polygraph tests? Question for you as follows. You mentioned something about collateral damage. I'm not sure everyone in the audience knows what collateral damage means. Perhaps I might just explain it as far as I understand it, so that when a nuclear device is used, the question becomes, what is the damage to, let's say, non-military assets, in other words, civilians? And my question is, actually I have another question after this, but my first question is, what is your response to the issue of using nuclear weapons and the effect it'll have on civilian populations, particularly in terms of violating various conventions like the Geneva Convention and so on?
I think I'll skip the second half, if you will, and there's a reason, but I'll come back to it. The first one is that We do get asked to make an assessment for this, and so I'll remind you that nuclear policy in the United States, the use policy, up to the end of the Cold War was predicated around the appropriately named MAD, or Mutual Assured Destruction. Then we went through this long period of time where we didn't really know what extended deterrence was. It played out right now with North Korea, South Korea, and Japan. Will North Korea having a nuclear weapon cause South Korea and Japan to develop their own nuclear weapons? Before anyone dismiss that, let me tell you that there are strong conversations going on in both those countries today, that they need their own, they cannot rely on the United States. So the question becomes, what is the nuclear use policy? The present commander of STRATCOM, Kaler, has decided that if there is ever a nuclear exchange in the U.S., it will be the exact opposite of mutual assured destruction. It will be a single device. The only way that you can make that as a president is you can assure you only killed the target. And so you're talking about an extremely low yield device that's targeted something. And so the science question around is, can you do that? And we're trying to answer that question. Will there be collateral damage? And that's the question, again, we try to examine. And that can be everything from fallout to long-term economic impact associated with that. So it's extremely complicated. When you ask whether it fits in with a particular treaty, again, that's, I believe, really strong in improving STEM education, but I got to tell you, we don't have very good policy education either. So when I get asked those kinds of questions, and we'll work on them, we don't know exactly how to do that. We operate under presidential directives, and they tell us to do that. And I haven't, we don't have a mechanism. I'm not trying to dodge the question, to put it in the context of legal framework. Maybe we should, but we operate under presidential directive. The one I operate under now is this new presidential directive 25, which specifically asked me to, can you tell in when you used a nuclear weapon or there was a terrorist device and there was nuclear yield, could you tell us exactly what the damage would be? It's a good work because we can never really get to the answer.
Just one quickie, and that is, has there been a diminution? I mean, you talked about the best and the brightest, and you're right. The people that were attracted to the weapons labs were the best. Has there been a diminution of that in terms of attracting the best and the brightest to your national weapons labs?
So again, we get asked that all the time. I did have the opportunity to be an academic for 20 years. I've served in the National Academy as the chair of boards, the Air Science Board, for 6 years. I've served on a number of the reviews of the actual people that are to the elected to the National Academy on the science side. I will tell you that the science enterprise and the national security of this nation is not diminished. It's very, very good. But the reward structure is very different. And because of that, it's hard to recognize that. For example, at Los Alamos, we have 450 postdocs, which is larger postdoc program than in a lab than anywhere else there is. And I get to see I did in my old job when I was in charge of science, get to see all those. And I got to compare it to the rest of the nation. The people that come to the postdocs at Los Alamos were amongst the very best in the world. And those are the only people we actually hire further on in the staff. But their reward structure is going to be very different. In 20 years, you're not going to have heard of Terry Wallace, but you will have heard of, you'll heard of my colleague. And it's a question that's not easily answered because we want to be able to have a metric. The popular metric in science now is to ask, what's your H index? Okay, and that tells you the significance of your publications and how many times you published and so on. This is a big deal. And I can remember we sit on the National Academy and they go, his H index is 39. And it's like, but what is the real impact? What do they really do? You have to put it in the context of what their whole contribution is. And that's really hard for us to be able to come back and justify because their worlds are so different. I think that you could probably opine on the same. You certainly got to see it in the White House.
Yeah. There's a question right here in the front.
Hi, my name is Joshua DeGastine, also with the John Jay Institute. Granted, this question is coming from someone with an H index of 0. Nevertheless, to what extent is brain enhancement a national security issue? And would you rather the research on this topic be open source and commercially available to the population at large through medical clinics or elsewhere, or on lockdown and restricted to very limited government usage?
So I'm not sure, can I just say, she knows all about brains, but one of our latent technologies that we worry about is synthetic biology and how it applies to humans. So it may not just be brains. So it's a culturally derived thing. Okay, in the United States, we're willing to eat Doritos for modified corn, but they're not in Germany. Okay? And so in China, they're willing to do synthetic biology on humans and accept it culturally. We are not. So I will tell you that within 5, 10, 15 years, there will be biological differences which are directly related to the laboratory between us and some cadre of people somewhere else. And this is a big deal, but it's not us going to be able to keep this secret. Biology in particular has a strong cultural overprint, and we view the world very differently than much Chinese and so on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, can we have one more session just to talk about Terry's? Yeah. Well, I can say, in terms of the brain cognitive enhancement methods that people are now exploring, at least in the open literature, which is basically drugs and non-invasive brain stimulation. Clearly there is our government, other governments' interest in that. I'm not, of course I couldn't tell you if I were, but I'm not aware of any, secret research. I'm also not aware of any particularly effective methods. I can tell you that the story of the last 5 years in cognitive brain enhancement research has been a story of one-by-one methods that people thought were really promising, turning out to not be very effective, and that includes stimulant medications. This is, the ADHD drugs that the college kids take, and, go pills, for the military. Modafinil, which is a, wakefulness promoting agent, and, TDCS, TMS. So it doesn't seem to be a lot that we're on the verge of there.
I'd like to actually ask a question that ties in with one of our previous seminars that CERL gave about a year ago. We gave a conference on cyber war, and our keynote speaker was General Cartwright, who was a fascinating speaker, and one of the things that he talked to us about was the possibility in the future of artificial limbs being operated by chip, which are being developed. And then he pointed out, but those chips are little computers and can be operated remotely like any other computer can be. It raised the terrifying scenario of people with chips in their brains having their limbs operated by remote control. Are these sorts of scenarios at all realistic? Are they things that policymakers should be worrying about, number one? And number two, if they are, is there any sort of more general lesson? Are we, in some sense, as the nature of warfare is continuously changing and moves from smaller to larger to, cyberspace battlefields, are we, in a sense, losing control of our own brains and our own wills in the way in which war is potentially being fought? So.
BJ, this sounds like a question for you, maybe.
Well, I can tell you what I know, which is, I think, I keep knocking this over. So people know there have been attempts to control insects, cockroaches, using chips. So you can actually get the way they steer their brain. Certainly, the lower the organism, the easier it becomes to do that. For example, it's relatively easy to control what a bacterium does, but you're not going to do a whole lot with a swarm of bacteria. So that you can imagine this actually progressing to a point where you're able to do humans. I don't see that happening in the short term. What is happening, and I think what will happen in the short term, is the ability to develop prosthetic limbs which look like exoskeletons. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that someone like me will be able to lift 500 pounds and climb a mile and not feel tired at the end of the day. And I think there's lots of programs in the Department of Defense but here, which trying to develop devices like this. But here, the goal is not to control the brain, but instead to enhance the person's capability, not enhance the brain, but just the physiology. And I think these kinds of things will happen, but I don't think, maybe there are ethical questions here, but I'm just trying to give you the sort of the state of the art in this area at this point.
I actually think your question would be a little different. I would answer. Computers are ubiquitous. And in fact, there is almost no computer network today, and the key there was a network that we can't figure out how to intervene in it. And so when you talk about a chip or anything, that if it's using radio frequencies or anything else, somebody's eventually going to figure out how to put that on there. And the ubiquity of the so-called chip is actually both the strength and the vulnerability of our society. So whenever you make anything the backbone, that's what you attack. And so, I travel to foreign countries, but every time I come home, no matter what, they take my computer and my phone away and destroy it. And every time. And so we're as far as I can tell, we're the only people keeping BlackBerry in business. But the ubiquity of this is one of these things that's poorly understood, because there really is a chip in almost everything. And frankly, that it doesn't matter what you do, you can encrypt everything around that. The chip still needs to operate. And
well, I mean, this raises another ethical sort of question. If you're inventing technologies, and so today, if you look at most of the things we use, the fraction of value added due to software dominates the value added due to hardware. And this is true even in airplanes, cars, smartphones, even Blackberries. So when we develop software, the question is it our responsibility to make sure that software is secure in some broad sense? Most people don't do that. When we train students, we don't train students to write safe code necessarily. Oftentimes when you get into industry, the pressure is to deliver the code and not anticipate all possible ways in which that particular chip could be abused. But when you're developing products, it should be your responsibility to think of making these products safe. And it's particularly challenging when those products are intrinsically software products. And this is something that I don't think the engineers have come to grip with.
I think it's time for one more question. So, and
Okay.
you have the microphone, so I guess that's you.
Well, all right, thanks. When I listen to people talk about national security, and this is very typical, it seems to me like I'm back in high school reading science fiction. And I suspect it's because almost everybody in the policy side is either a physicist or former engineer. There are almost no very good social scientists anywhere in the national security, brain trust, in a sense. Your contract officer, your policy, you talk to DOD, they're all engineers or physicists. You go to the national labs, they're all really engineers. And what you're dealing with are a problem of people. And this is where we're really lagging in terms of understanding what turns a person who's normal to turn to political violence. This is a social science, and there are a lot of excellent social scientists in this country, and most of them would refuse to work on national security issues, which, either anthropologists, psychologists have been condemning them. Sociologists think it's evil. I mean, it's really kind of interesting. And so my feeling, and it's not really a question, it's more of an observation, is that there is not only a problem, but a danger of having, engineers that the absolute go-getters, give me a problem, I'll solve it for you. As opposed to somebody kind of holding back and kind of say, what do we have here? Let's look at the large picture and how do people react to all the technologies you're really talking about, as opposed to just kind of playing around, in a science fiction kind of way with all those new gadgets that we have that may have potential lethal consequence to them.
Let me just let the panel jump in here. I mean, I know, of course, there is a history of social scientists, psychologists, game theorists, other people being associated with labs. Don't know if anyone of you want to jump into this, but the Rand Corporation were economists and social scientists.
We don't have any social scientists at Los Alamos. I'm sorry.
It sounds like it sounds like a lot of what your job is, the way you were describing it was a kind of
No, so we do have to do that. And I mean, I appreciate the question there. I could turn it around many different ways, as you know I would do. But the fact of the matter is, this is an issue. And so when you're asked to solve a question, usually the answer is we can probably figure out how to solve it. The ethical dilemma becomes we don't maybe necessarily know why or what or the long-term consequence. Because at Los Alamos, I mean, these my colleagues here have distinguished research careers and they pursue the research for knowledge base. We have very good scientists that are asked to solve an urgent problem. And so we'll focus on solving that problem, and it may not be about advancing the body of the knowledge. And there is a mismatch there, and so I certainly appreciate that as certainly a contextual wrapper.
Anyone else want to make a last comment here?
I'll just
psychologist.
Yeah, and I'll just say that social scientists do play a role, maybe not as big a role as they should. I don't know, and it's certainly their role has been ramped up. Since the last couple of wars that we have been in, there's been a lot of concern about, cross-cultural. Well, you know this stuff. You're working in this field in very much this kind of.
That's kind of my frustration. I don't think that I have anybody. I mean, they do understand science, and so when you're complaining but you don't have people who understand social science and how do people conduct social science?
Well, so I guess
I'm afraid we're going to have to end. I'm going to cut you off, Martha. I'm sorry because we are over time. So,
when social scientists get some things that work, they might have a bigger role. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
Let's thank our panel.
Please join me in thanking the panelists for a very, very interesting panel. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes for the keynote address. I would like any students in my seminar to meet outside at one of the tables outside the room.
Thank you very much. The next for the Wharton Aerospace event.
I'm sorry.
It'd be nice to talk about some of these issues. Absolutely. That's the next we're actually going to do a breakout session on legal and stuff.
Actually, I have to go home.
Okay. So there will be content that
We were just ordered today. Oh, today?
Well, those guys are engineers or physicists.
Thank you so much. Great, yeah. 2 Fridays in a row. It was really good.
So that was the only real
Completely different. Sorry, it was really good to meet you. Thanks very much. Appreciate all your comments.
Alex Turner, class of 2002. I just want to say, I can't say for the keynote, but it was such a, I feel so lucky that I got a chance to attend.
Good. I'm glad you
I'm
could
glad
come.
this goes out
Very
to
glad
alumni.
you could come. And yep, we're being live streamed and also, so it'll go out to even alumni who aren't
It's
here.
fantastic. I'll keep an eye out for it. It was a very entertaining program.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You know, the one, you have to...
We were going to start in just a couple minutes again for the
well,
keynote.
I had an idea question, but I'll shoot you an email.
If you could, that would be great.
That way
I
I don't hold you up in
appreciate
the
it.
process.
Yes, please do. That would be great.
Thank you.
That's what I was trying to talk about.
Is that right? Maybe.
Steve, you gonna use Permian?
Okay, we're ready to begin. Who else are we missing? George?
Hello.
Let's see, who else are we missing? Yeah. Okay. So we've come to our last event before cocktails. And before we start the session, a few thanks are in order. First of all, I'd like to thank Bailey White and Jen Evans, who have been working incredibly hard to make this event come off. For those of you who have been in touch with them, and that's probably most of you, you know how incredibly efficient and fast they've been on everything. So it's really been a wonderful team, and it's a lot of work to put a conference like this together. Next, I'd like to introduce Ilya Rudiak. Ilya? Ilya is the academic administrator for the center. He also is an SJD student here at the law school, and I shudder to think about how much time away from his graduate work I have siphoned off in the last few weeks. We hope he's going to get a little bit of a rest, but Ilya has been doing a fantastic job since last spring when he stepped into this position, and we hope he'll be working with CERL for a long time to come. So many, many thanks for all your efforts. And last but definitely not least, I'd like to thank my dean, Michael Fitz. Mike has been an incredible supporter of the center since I first came up with this. At the time, it seemed a harebrained idea. He's encouraged me every step of the way. He very kindly endorsed the center for the cover story of the alumni magazine for Penn Law recently. So if you haven't seen that, you might like to have a copy. And he really has turned Penn's attention to the sort of work that CERL has been doing. Last spring, Mike moderated a panel on targeted killing and national security issues at the Washington Alumni Association, and we've been holding a lot of alumni events relating to national security. So I'm very, very grateful for Mike's encouragement, for the support of the law school. We are funded almost entirely by law school funds, and Mike has been incredibly generous in allowing us to do what we do. So a big thanks to Mike, and I'm going to ask him to say a few words.
deans are always liked for their money. That's the sum total. I've usually, a lot of times I've made remarks and I've stood between people in dinner, but I think this may be the first time I've stood between the keynote speaker and dinner. So I'm just going to, or the reception, I'm just going to make a few very quick remarks. First, Claire has been an incredible impresario. Claire Finkelstein in this center. She came up with the conception of the idea and has been a true academic entrepreneur. And for somebody like me, who's a dean, who loves what Penn is about in its DNA and what law schools are about is crossing boundaries. This center really epitomizes that, thinking about national security issues as they play out across so many different areas of substantive decision making. And she's really been innovative in bringing in groups who are on the front line dealing with these questions and then pairing them with academics who are thinking them in depth. But this conference, this specific conference on professional ethics, I think has really brought all this in new areas and a different level. And across the university to think about how the professional norms in each area, in a sense, create tensions with all these new issues in national security. And as we all know, great ideas thinking comes from sort of shaking everything up, crossing intellectual boundaries, and this conference is a wonderful example of that. So I really want to thank all of you and all the participants here now and who've come in from around the country and the university for being part of this. Unfortunately, I was in meetings earlier today that I couldn't leave, but from what I've heard, the conference has really been exquisite. So I want to thank all the participants and Claire and the center and Professor Luban, who will, I'm sure, give what will be an incredible keynote address. So thank you all.
So our keynote speaker is David Luban. David is currently the distinguished visitor at the Stockdale Center for Ethics at the U.S. Naval Academy. He is also university professor and professor of law and philosophy at Georgetown University. He holds a PhD in philosophy from Yale University and a BA from the University of Chicago. He is also the co-director of the Center for Transnational Legal Studies in London. Was last year, excuse me. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. David has also directed Georgetown Center on National Security. His books include Lawyers and Justice, an Ethical Study, published by Princeton University Press in 1988. Legal Modernism, University of Michigan Press, 1994. Legal Ethics and Human Dignity, Cambridge University Press, 2007. And he now has a new book forthcoming, Torture, Power, and Law, from Cambridge University Press. He has his more than 150 articles have been translated into many different languages, and he has become one of the Academy's leading experts on terrorism and professional ethics. I should add a personal note, which is that David's work has been an inspiration to me for many, many years. He started out, like many of us did, just kind of regular philosopher, and started to change and direct his interest toward national security topics, especially in relation to professional responsibility, as the country changed and the imperatives around us changed, and many of us have found ourselves in the same position. David has always been an extraordinary philosopher and thinker. His work is analytic yet deep, inspiring yet careful. All the mix of academic work at its highest combined with work of the heart and the feeling that he puts into it and the passion that he does. Now that he's turned his attention to national security and has really become one of the leading voices for thinking about ethics internationally in relation to national security and professional ethics, his work has had even more influence, and all of the skill, care, and pathos that he brought to his earlier work has been applied to the area of national security. He is truly the person who most exemplifies the kind of interdisciplinary work and focus at the intersection of professional ethics and national security that this day-long conference has meant to showcase. So I am delighted to have here David Luban. Please join me in welcoming him.
Well, thank you for this unbelievably kind introduction, and it's reassuring to me because there's nothing I could possibly say that could live up to it, so I don't have to try that hard. I should say that although I'm representing the Stockdale Center on Ethics at the Naval Academy right now, this is in my hat as a Georgetown law professor because I'm furloughed. And I think that it's illegal for me to be doing any government work at the moment. So a couple of days ago, I mean, this is to put the introduction into perspective, when I got my furlough letter that said, you're inessential. I wrote back to the captain who sent it to me because I had to send a receipt saying that I'd gotten this and that I wasn't going to come into work. And I said, just don't tell my dean. And of course, my second reaction was, my children have always suspected this. So, look, I mean, national security professionals have the awesome responsibility to keep us safe, which is an incredibly important goal. I think that the few weeks that I've spent at the Naval Academy so far has really reinforced this. I mean, not only is it, I've got to say, very good for my posture, because, but just seeing the dedication and the genuine sense of moral mission among people whose job is to keep people like me safe, is incredibly inspiring. And I should also say that I live in a little bedroom community called University Park, Maryland, and I like to walk around University Park. And near the elementary school, there is a circle of stones with a bench and a plaque, and this is a memorial to the 5 University Park residents who died on 9/11. And the bench is there to, so you can sit and think. And one of the things that I think, in what is an extremely peaceful and downright serene setting, is how lucky I am that there are national security professionals who keep it peaceful and serene. Now, there's a reason that I'm going on about this. These professionals feel in their gut that they must do everything possible to keep people like me safe, and that's a powerful moral obligation. There's no wonder that the former CIA and NSA chief Michael Hayden vowed that he was going to get chalk on his spikes in the fight against terrorism. But obviously the question we're confronting today is what happens when national security professionals not only get chalk on their spikes, but cross over the line into things that are in and of themselves morally or legally wrong, which are things like torture. Their obligation runs to the American people, but people who aren't Americans can be wronged in the effort to keep us safe, and that includes our enemies. So how should we think about that? What are the moral limits on pursuing national security, and is finding those limits a matter of professional ethics? I take it that that's much of what we've been talking about today. Now, I've spent most of my career, as Claire explained, working on the professional ethics of lawyers, and much of the last 10 years focused on the issue of U.S. torture and the ethics of the professionals, and especially the lawyers who enabled torture and carried it out. And I want to use that as a case study today of professional ethics in a national security setting. Now, a lot of the theoretical work in professional ethics, including my own, focuses on what is often called the problem of role morality. Now, role morality is a term of art that means just what it sounds like, the special obligations that are attached to social roles, including professional roles. Now, the problem of role morality is based around this question: do professional roles create their own unique moral obligations that might be inconsistent with everyday moral requirements like honesty or benevolence or fair dealing or harm avoidance or respect for others. So call these for short common morality. Common morality isn't the philosophical hothouse varieties like the categorical imperative or the principle of utility. It's not a philosophical discovery at all. Its precepts are broadly shared by the uneducated people as well as the educated people, and it's supposed to apply universally. So common morality is common in both of these senses. It's everyday morality, and it's universal morality. Now, what about the morality of roles? Obviously, professions have role-related obligations, role-specific obligations of their own. It's only doctors and nurse practitioners who have obligations with respect to prescription writing. It's only teachers who have obligations of fairness with respect to grading pupils fairly. And I would say that in general, those kinds of obligations-specific or role-specific obligations don't raise any particular problems because they don't clash with common moral obligations most of the time. The problem of role morality arises when the role-related obligations do clash with common moral obligations. So lawyers have one-sided duties to advance their clients' interests regardless of the collateral damage that might inflict on third parties. And that's an intense problem of role morality. There's famous words of the British historian Macaulay, who once complained that a lawyer with a wig on his head and a band round his neck will do for a guinea what he would otherwise think it wicked and infamous to do for an empire. Journalists, to go back to the subject of our first panel, may have to publish the truth knowing that it's going to destroy the reputation of a subject who confided in them. The journalist Janet Malcolm once wrote about this and said, every journalist is a kind of confidence man, preying on people's vanity, ignorance, or loneliness, gaining their trust and betraying them without remorse. Now, you get the idea. And I'm sure you can readily think of examples from these professions and from other professions. Now, how are we supposed to think about these conflicts between role morality and common morality? Now, one proposition that I'd make is that role morality can't totally displace common morality, because otherwise joining a profession would be, in effect, the issuance of a get-out-of-morality free card. And it can't just be that easy to put off other obligations of conscience. So that can't be right. The professionals got to somehow figure out a way to balance the value of the professional role against the value of common morality. Now, of course, the starting point, I shouldn't say of course, because this is now going to go to an I think, is a presumption in favor of professional morality. It's hard to imagine that there could be such a thing as a stable code of professional ethics if there wasn't an initial presumption that that's what the professional abides by. But the professional role doesn't have infinite weight, and it's not the kind of thing that philosophers call an exclusionary reason, that is, a reason for excluding even thinking about another set of reasons, namely common moral obligations. And this is a theoretical argument that Brad Wendell, who was on the panel this morning, and I have been engaged in for a number of years. In cases where the role demands the infliction of serious wrongs, the professional may have to break role. Now, you may think that you know what the next step of this argument is, that national security professionals may have to break their professional role morality of putting national security above everything else when it conflicts with common morality. And I think that in one sense, that I'm going to discuss later, that is true, but I don't think that's the major issue. And strangely, I think the major issue is one that comes up in just the opposite direction. So let's think for a moment about the Justice Department lawyers who wrote the torture memos. These are the legal opinions that approved the so-called enhanced interrogation techniques. Now, my own legal analysis, I mean, it's shared by many, was that those lawyers distorted the law so badly that they actually violated the rules of professional conduct of the legal profession. Specifically, in the most famous of the torture memos, there are outright lies about what legal authorities say. There is omission of relevant adverse legal authority. There is stretching of the law in a way that doesn't really seem supported by any source of law. Ultimately, the problem is that they were giving the clients the opinion that they wanted, the advice they wanted to hear, rather than candid, independent advice. And the rules of the legal profession require lawyers in the advisor's role to give candid and independent advice. So their problem wasn't that they were putting the role morality first above common morality. Rather, they were violating the profession's role morality, and I'm assuming that they were doing it because they thought that common morality, namely patriotism and the desire to keep their fellow citizens safe, required them to throw aside the role morality of the profession. Now, that's not what John Yoo says. He says, look, I was just calling it the way that I see it. But I think that probably there was something more going on, more like what I've said. After all, patriotism is part of common morality. So under my own view of role morality and common morality, which is that the professional ethics of the profession can't always prevail, it looks like these lawyers might have been doing exactly what it is that a truly moral, conscientious lawyer is supposed to do. They were violating professional ethics to achieve a higher good, national security. Now, I think the same thing might be said about other professions. Now, we know from the torture memos themselves that medical personnel from the CIA's Office of Medical Services were there observing the interrogations and monitoring the interrogations. We know that psychologists whose ethics code's first principle is the Hippocratic one, to do no harm, were prime movers in devising the enhanced interrogation techniques. We heard a good deal about that from the panel earlier today. And I'm going to mention a bit later, even anthropologists whose professional ethics is oriented very strongly toward respecting the human rights of the people they study, went to work for the government, scoping out the cultural vulnerabilities of adversaries. Now, in each of these cases, I think that they were the professional role morality would not have allowed that. And they were breaking it for what I am supposing is patriotic and moral motives. It's going to be a little bit more complicated in the professions in which the code of ethics itself and the moral values of the profession itself are under intense argument or definition, but I think it's basically that story. So as an ethicist who also finds the torture program morally repellent and morally unacceptable, this is all pretty disturbing and pretty complicated. I'd like to try to sort through it as best I can, and also just tell the story, because I think it's an important story that we need to know. So, the first thing to realize is that the torture program never consisted of Jack Bauers who were flying solo. It always involved bureaucratic organizations and a professional culture of torture, which was put in place largely in late 2001 and early 2002. And it's a culture that needed the help of doctors and lawyers and psychologists. Now, what's become clear is that the law frames the debate about interrogation methods. And before going any further, I'd like to just sketch out what the legal framework is, the legal background, since there were some questions about that earlier today. So I'm supposing that this isn't an audience in which this is all automatically familiar. There are two pieces of the law that are particularly relevant. The first is a worldwide treaty, the Convention Against Torture. It has more than 150 states that are members of it. The United States has been a member of it for more than 20 years. It defines torture, as I said in answer to a question earlier today, as the intentional infliction of severe mental or physical pain and suffering, and it requires that all the states make torture a crime, and the United States has done that. Torture with a legal definition that is derived from the international treaty, although with some changes, is a heavy federal felony that can carry a 20-year sentence, and if the detainee or the tortured person dies, it can carry the death penalty. Now, the Torture Convention also requires states to make cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. That's kind of a term of art, often abbreviated CID, cruel, inhuman, and degrading. Doesn't require them to make it a crime, but it requires them to undertake to prevent it. Now, CID, let me just pause for a moment. The original torture memos were therefore focused on the distinction between torture and CID because the question they were asking is, are these interrogations illegal under U.S. law? And torture is a crime. CID was not a crime, is not a crime, and it wasn't illegal until 2005, and many of the memos were written before it was illegal. In 2005, over the strong objections of the Bush administration, the McCain Amendment was passed, and that made CID illegal, although not criminal, for the U.S. all over the world. So that's the first distinction to remember, that there's crime, there's torture and there's CID, and torture is a crime and CID isn't. Now, the second important piece of the framework is the Geneva Conventions, which forbid not only torture and cruel treatment, but also what it called those outrages against personal dignity, which includes humiliating and degrading treatment. Geneva is a treaty under our Constitution. Treaties are the supreme law of the land. The United States has been a member of Geneva since 1955, and in the mid-90s, Congress passed a criminal statute, a War Crimes Act, that incorporated the grave breaches of Geneva and made them federal crimes. Now, probably many of you in the room remember that in 2002, President Bush declared that the Geneva Conventions don't apply to Al-Qaeda and Taliban captives. But 4 years later, in the Hamdan case, the Supreme Court said that that's not true. And that had an embarrassing effect, namely converting the interrogations that had already taken place into war crimes. And Congress responded quickly by retroactively decriminalizing humiliating and degrading treatment back to before the War on Terror started, so that right now Geneva, as implemented in U.S. law, has the same property as torture. Torture is a crime. Cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment is illegal, but it's not a crime. And much of the subsequent lawyering in the torture memos was around the question of determining whether these kinds of interrogation practices were CID. Now, that's where another piece of the law becomes important. When Congress ratified the Torture Convention, it supplied its own definition of what cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was. And it defined it in terms of U.S. constitutional rights. So for people who'd been convicted of crimes, Congress said cruel treatment is the kind of cruel and unusual punishment that the Eighth Amendment prohibits. But, of course, the Al-Qaeda and Taliban captives haven't been convicted of crimes. So for them, Congress said the Due Process Clause, conduct that would be prohibited under the Due Process Clause, is what we mean by cruel, inhuman, and degrading. And borrowing from a Supreme Court, there was a Supreme Court case that interprets what the standard is. It's not an illuminating interpretation, but it's a test that it violates due process if it shocks the conscience. And that was a case that had originated from pumping the stomach of a drug suspect because people thought that he'd swallowed the dope. And the court said that shocks the conscience, and we're going to throw out the evidence because it violates due process. Now, in 2005, one of the torture lawyers, Stephen Bradbury, wrote a memo on the subject of whether the CIA's 13 enhanced interrogation techniques, applied cumulatively, one on top of the other, might shock the conscience. And amazingly, he answered no. It's amazing because what we were talking about are things like waterboarding, piled on top of one full week, 7 days and 7 nights of sleep deprivation, achieved by hanging the person in chains, stark naked. Now, and they're followed by the other techniques, wall slamming and attention grabs and attention slaps and belly slaps, this kind of thing, and that all of these heaped on each other are not, that doesn't shock the conscience. Now, it seems to me that this is amazing because this certainly seems like it's a whole lot worse than a one-off pumping of my stomach as it's going on for weeks on end. But the Bradbury memo said actually not. It's less shocking of the conscience. Now, what he seized on particularly in writing this memo was Supreme Court language that what shocks the conscience sometimes relative to the government interest involved, and said, aha, national security is a really important government interest, so therefore when these things are done in pursuit of national security, then that doesn't shock the conscience, therefore it's not cruel, inhuman, and degrading, and it's not, therefore, illegal. So what he leaves unsaid is that the Supreme Court's few little dicta about the sliding scale and the governmental interest never so much hinted at the idea that this would be used to declare that anything remotely similar to months of calculated brutality might not shock the conscience. In general, the Supreme Court cases have been about you got to act fast, high-speed motor chase, somebody who needs to give evidence because he's dying, and you have to not fully Mirandize him before you get his evidence. So time-bound emergencies, but certainly not something as deliberate as that kind of abuse. And just to move back to the cruel and unusual punishment context, the Supreme Court has held that conduct involving chipping the tooth of inmate in prison, that was enough to shock the conscience. So this was a very strange memo. It was kind of like the Starship Enterprise of memos. It was going places that no one had gone before. Now, I've argued in a lot of my work over the last 10 years that writing opinions like these is unethical by the lights of the profession's own binding codes of ethics. They're cover-your-ass memos designed to reassure clients that the lawyers have exonerated what they might do. And in that respect, they aren't really that different from opinion letters written by Enron's lawyers, sort of blessing and koshering transactions that the lawyers had no idea, actually what the intricacies of these were about. And that is unethical under the profession's duty to provide candid and independent legal advice. So suppose that I'm right, that writing opinions like these violates professional ethics. That takes us back to the disturbing point that I brought up a few minutes ago, that maybe it was patriotic conscience that led the torture lawyers to violate their professional ethics, in which case they're doing what a person of conscience ought to do. Now, at this point, let me turn to the second case study, which is the psychiatrists and psychologists. We've already heard some very illuminating discussion about this in the panel earlier this afternoon. We've learned, so I'll just hit the highlights because there might be some people who are here that weren't able to attend that earlier panel, that a couple of contract psychologists had the idea of retro-engineering, reverse engineering, the survival training methods that were used to train special forces against torture or against being brainwashed. And this was all based on a theory of learned helplessness, coupled with discoveries that had been done, many of them by psychologists under federal contracts in previous decades, that one way that you can very quickly break down a person's personality is by heaping small disorientations and small humiliations and small insults, one on top of the other. And it's kind of like a lot of payoff in terms of breaking down a personality in what seem like minor disruptions of temperature, turn the heat up, turn the heat down. Don't let the person know what time of day it is. Wake them up at odd intervals. The so-called frequent flyer program at Guantanamo meant waking somebody up every couple of hours and moving them to another cell. So they're kind of getting enough sleep, but it's all just completely disorienting. Prolonged isolation, which very rapidly makes people lose their ability to index their own emotions, their own thoughts against the reality check of other people. So the idea is that you can break somebody down very quickly without using crude methods of physical torture by these kinds of things that are mental torture. And this was what the psychologists were doing. Now, what was interesting, one of the many things that was interesting about our panel today was that there was a disagreement about the professional ethics standards that were appropriate, but agreement, I think, on the outcome. Dr. Xenakis was approaching this from the point of view of a clinician with Hippocratic duties to the person that you are dealing with. I mean, I won't exactly say that they're the patient or the client, because they obviously aren't. But so that's a complete betrayal to use these psychological techniques to attack the person's personality. Some of the other panelists were saying, well, clinician standards aren't the right standards. They're research psychologists also. But here, the argument that Dr. Sageman gave was, this is just really bad science. There was no way of having reputable scientific methods that might suggest that this could lead to valuable information. And I think one other thing is that there was no real body of evidence that this would not cause really serious damage. I mean, the experience of people in our own special forces who've been subjected to SEER training isn't a good body of evidence for this, because it's very time-bound. It doesn't go on for weeks and months on end. So they're really taking an extremely dangerous risk, both on the plus and the minus side. And, it might be that their attitude, which was, well, we're in a desperate plight, so let's try it. There's this story about how somebody comes into the physicist Neil Bohr's office and sees a horseshoe over the door. Says, Dr. Bohr, you don't actually believe in that horseshoes bring luck, and Bohr's response is, well, I'm told that it works whether you believe in it or not. And that might have been a little bit the attitude of the psychologists. Now, there were also psychologists that we heard talked about the biscuits, who were behavioral science consultation teams. What were they doing? Well, I once talked to a U.S. Army interrogator from Iraq, and he said, oh, yeah, we had biscuits attached to our unit. I said, well, did the biscuits do anything? What did they tell you? And he said, well, the one thing that this guy told me was, he taught me how to induce Stockholm Syndrome in the detainee. He said, it's really easy. This person is alone in their cell. They're really bored. You are the high point of their day. So I would go in, I would give him news of the outside world, I'd ask him about his family, we'd have a little bit of talk, I'd bring him a few small gifts, I'd ask him questions. If he didn't answer the questions, I would get up and leave, and then not come back that day. And he said in a remarkably short amount of time, the person has Stockholm Syndrome, which means a complete flip in which you just are, like the adoring dog before the master. And this interrogator said, I did it once, but then I had real moral qualms about whether I should be doing to this guy what the Symbionese Liberation Army did to Patty Hearst. He said it reminded me too much of Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor and of Kessler's Darkness at Noon. Now, I was flabbergasted. This was a guy, by the way, who had joined up before he got his high school degree or diploma and got a GED, and he had obviously self-schooled to a remarkable extent, and he ended up going to university and was a very incredibly impressive guy. So his matter of conscience was, I'll do this once, but I'm not going to be the Grand Inquisitor twice. Now, my point is that there are other interrogators who might have made the opposite choice. This one I think is really interesting because the tactics that he used, they're not only torture. Nobody would say that talking with somebody about, asking somebody about their family or giving them small presents is cruel, inhuman, and degrading. Nevertheless, he thought that it crossed a moral line. Now, this was an issue that began to roil the psychology profession. In May 2006, this was after Abu Ghraib, the American Psychiatric Association adopted a resolution that forbids psychiatrists from participating in interrogations either directly or indirectly. The next month, the American Medical Association reached the same conclusion for physicians. They rejected arguments that the Pentagon made that doctors advising interrogators were behavioral scientists and therefore exempt from ethics strictures. Now, that wasn't exactly the end of the matter, because that position statement that the APA adopted wasn't an ethical rule, and it did still permit psychiatrists to train interrogators the way that the Biscuit had taught my interview partner how to conduct interrogations. Now, the controversy was even bigger in the American Psychological Association, not the psychiatrists, but the psychologists. It's the leading professional organization of psychologists, has 150,000 members, and a lot of them have a major long-term involvement in military research. Tens of millions of dollars of government funds have supported psychologists' research, including research into interrogation methods. On the other hand, as I mentioned before, the first principle of the APA's Code of Ethics is gravely titled the beneficence and non-maleficence, doing good for the people you're dealing with and not doing any harm. Now, in 2005, the APA created a small national security task force and stacked it quite heavily with psychologists who were involved in military contract research as well as military people. Their report did not propose anything to forbid psychologists participating in interrogations the way that the psychiatrists and the MDs were. In 2006, the Army Surgeon General addressed the APA and pleaded that psychology is an important weapons system. But the issue, there's no question that it divided and inflamed the APA, and it led to a really intense and very confusing back and forth that goes on to this day. There were a lot of psychologists that quit the organization. Several university psychology departments resigned en masse from the APA. And there were vocal and important opposition groups within the APA, and if you follow the back and forth, it's been very interesting. The APA has continued to issue statement after statement saying psychologists can't participate in torture, but these statements have also been very carefully and legally wordsmithed to have loopholes in them. So, for example, the APA's ethics code at one point said if you are under military orders or legal orders, then you are permitted to violate the ethics code. So I think a more subtle loophole that was built in was that psychologists aren't supposed to participate in torture or CID, followed by the U.S. legal definition of CID, which, of course, the Office of Legal Counsel had written a memo saying that none of these things cross the line into CID, even if they're used cumulatively. So that loophole is there. The back and forth continued. There were more statements, more modifications. In 2008, President Obama came in, and on his second day in office, completely prohibited torture and withdrew all the Bush administration legal authorities, all the Office of Legal Counsel opinions. that that the government had been relying on for these years, all the way back to 9/11. Thank you, Marty, who was instrumental in writing, writing that executive order, drafting it. What? Yeah. So now that kind of pulled the rug out of much of the APA's position. And so in 2010, the APA changes its ethics code so that there's no longer the loophole that military orders override the ethics code. But there still has been criticism that going on up until this very summer, that the new sets of standards that the APA keeps on releasing have loopholes in them. So here it seems to me what we see is a profession that is itself deeply divided, in which I am positing there are powerful moral motivations on both sides of this, that doesn't have its own professional ethics firmly defined yet, and in which the professionals themselves are struggling for the soul of the profession in some way. Now, the last case study I want to mention is the anthropologist, which is kind of an unusual one, but as you might imagine, anthropological knowledge, especially in the Iraq and Afghanistan conflicts, is very important for interrogations, and it can be important in quite benign ways. Unless you understand culturally significant gestures, you might not be able to understand what somebody's saying. Unless you understand culturally specific conventions of courtesy, you might be destroying rapport with the person you're interrogating because you did something that they took as insulting. And I talked with another interrogator who said, yeah, that's what happened with this Iraqi general that I was interrogating. He was so insulted that they'd sent somebody who was 20 years his junior that he wouldn't talk. It had to have been somebody his own age before he wasn't insulted. And those are important things to know. There are less benign things as well, however. We know that it was a book by an anthropologist, Raphael Patai, called The Arab Mind, that became the Bible of neoconservatives about how to interrogate Arabs. It has a 25-page chapter about Arab attitudes toward sex and sexuality, men's attitudes, and it inspired the whole barrage of sexual humiliations that were inflicted, for example, on Mohammed al-Qahtani of Guantanamo, where he is, dressed in a bra, and the male interrogator, starts dancing with him and stripped naked in front of women, and told that his mother is a whore, and told that he's a homosexual, and that all the other prisoners know that he is. Now, that didn't come from nowhere. That came from somebody's read of anthropology. And finally, there was some concern that the anthropologists might be used in the field to scope out potential targets. And this is in part because of a program like that in Vietnam that in 1970 had led to the ouster of some members of the American Anthropological Association's board, and the first adoption by the AAA of a professional ethics code. So in 2006 and 2007, the AAA passed ethics resolutions saying anthropologists cannot participate in U.S. interrogation programs. Once again, though, I would suggest that those who did might have had moral motivations. I think I'd like to just say one other thing about some of these professions, and that is the very interesting symbiotic relationship between the medical personnel involved in interrogation and the lawyers. They desperately needed each other. The medical personnel and the psychologists needed the legal opinions saying that they weren't performing torture or CID. But if you read those opinions, something that's really interesting is that the reasoning that's used, for example, in the Bradbury memos, is that because there are medical personnel watching, observing the interrogations all the way through, what are they watching for? They're watching to see whether it crosses the line into severity so they can stop it, precisely to stop it from becoming torture. Now, if you think about it, there's something slightly batso about this. It's not severity is not an operationalizable medical concept such that a trained doctor who is watching somebody hanging in chains, sleepless for 7 days and 7 nights, can say, oh yeah, but he may be suffering, but it's not severe suffering. This is putting the interrogator in the position of, the Groucho Marx line, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? There was a little bit of theater of the absurd about this, but this did become extremely important in order to allow the lawyers to conclude that what was going on wasn't torture. Okay, so those are my case studies, the lawyers, the psychologists, the anthropologists. Let's take a step back and see what we can say about the general issue of professionals participating in the program of abusive interrogation. Now, even though the legal issues were looming large, the ethical debates within these professions weren't about legality. They were debates over whether the torture professionals had betrayed the core values of their professions. I've argued that the lawyers, at least, violated their professional code, but may have done it out of a sense that national security is more important than a professional code. The same may be true of the psychologists, and I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that it is, and the same with the anthropologists. So let's put this into the model that I sketched at the beginning about the problem of role morality. I said that professionals can begin with a presumption that they're governed by their profession's ethics, but when following the profession's ethics inflicts too much damage, it has to give way. That puts an onus on the professional to do some pretty high-level reflection, and in this case, it's reflection on 3 values that are in tension with each other: the ethics of the profession, the motive of national security, and I'm going to call this the moral duty to help keep all of us safe, and the evils of torture and cruelty. Now, what's interesting about the posture in this case is that I've suggested that the professional ethics lines up with the prohibition on torture and cruelty and is in tension with the national security motive. And here it seems to me that the professional ethics ought to carry the day. Why? Well, that requires us to zero in on the specifics of what's involved in torture and cruelty and what the benefits to national security are. The evils of torture are extraordinary, and I'm going to suggest that on the other side, we may well have allowed our post-9/11 fear and rage to exaggerate the national security side of the equation. So let me say a few words about each of these. First of all, about torture. Torture is not it's not an ordinary evil. The legal philosopher Jeremy Waldron has said that the prohibition of torture is what he calls a legal archetype, and it's an interesting idea. It means a piece of the law that goes further than what it itself says, but is an archetype for a wide spectrum of values underlying the law. And in Waldron's analysis, those values have to do with the idea that that the rule of law does not rule through brutality. Now, I'd like to propose that in the same way, the moral prohibition on torture is a moral archetype. And in order to explain that, I want to give a definition of torture that is different and a little more intricate than the legal definition of intentional infliction of severe pain and suffering. I think that the key in torture is the use of pain and suffering as a communicative medium to communicate to somebody absolute dominance over absolute helplessness. You are absolutely helpless. You are completely in my clutches. And the way that I send you that message is by making you suffer. So the suffering itself becomes not just an evil in itself, but also a communicative medium, a kind of a nonverbal speech act. Now, torture, I think, doesn't just accidentally happen to terrorize and humiliate people. That's the idea of torture. It's to send the message that you are nothing and I'm everything. I'm the master. You are completely helpless in the face of anything that I would choose to do. Now, maybe that is why when the prohibition of torture emerged with the emergence of liberal governments, because of course what I've just described is a microcosm of what totalitarian government and absolute rule is in a macrocosm. And the entire cluster of liberal values about human dignity and innate human equality is offended by torture. So I want to say that the moral prohibition on torture, which after all is a prohibition on a practice that has been used and accepted by humanity throughout recorded history. There's so much so that even the idea that cruelty was one of the deadly vices didn't appear until the early modern period. It shows that the ban on torture is an archetype for a whole cluster of other moral values. And the ban on torture, it seems to me, is a moral revolution in exactly the same way that the abolition of slavery or the subordination of women is a moral revolution. All of these share the characteristic that practices that are as old as human history themselves are now turned upside down and regarded as not just wrong, but unthinkably wrong, the kinds of things that we don't even talk about anymore. Not that they don't happen, obviously they do, but they've been driven underground. So somebody who thinks that torture is okay is not just entertaining a self-contained moral speculation. To say that torture is okay is to say that absolute hierarchy is okay, and absolute terror is okay, and the breaking of the human personality is okay, and humiliation is okay. So to put the issue of torture on the table for moral debate is to put all those other values on the table for moral debate, and that's why that prohibition is a moral archetype. Now let's look at the national security side. For a decade, it seems to me, we, and I'm talking about the entire American public, deluded ourselves by debating torture almost exclusively through the use of Jack Bauerish ticking bomb cases, even though in actual fact there are no genuine ticking bomb cases in the American experience of the combat against terror. And I once spent some time chasing down all of the urban legends about genuine ticking bomb cases, and they all are just that, urban legends. So despite the many warnings by professional interrogators that torture, not that it doesn't work, of course torture can sometimes produce valuable information, but what they said is that torture is worse at getting information than standard interrogation practices. We never asked the really important question, which is not, does it work? Did it produce valuable information? But was it necessary? Could that information have been gotten in other ways? Instead, we simply came in with this mindset, tougher is always better, this is tougher, therefore this is better. Now, all of this, it seems to me, is a sign that our perceptions of risk were focused exclusively on worst-case scenarios, and they were wildly askew. I recently read an article by two analysts who said that the danger of an American dying in a terrorist attack is 1 out of 3.5 million. And by comparison, the risk of becoming a homicide victim is 1 out of 8,000. And the risk of dying of cancer is 1 in 500. Now, it isn't surprising that in our own minds we vastly exaggerate the terrorist risk compared with other risks. It's obvious why. It's more spectacular. It's more salient. And unlike health risks, we can actually put the face of bad guys on it. Just as importantly, the way that we fight against it is by transferring risk out of the United States to other people, whereas to fight a lot of these other risks, we would have to crimp our own lifestyle significantly and absorb significant costs within our own country. So let's add in this one other factor, besides exaggerated risk perceptions. 9/11 not only made us fearful, but also vengeful. The prospect of torturing a terrorist just didn't seem so bad. To many of us, I think it seemed like poetic justice. That's, after all, one of the emotional strings that the TV series 24 was plucking so musically and harmoniously and successfully. Now, if you put all these things together, our underestimate of the evils of torture, our overestimate of the risks of terrorism, our false beliefs in the efficacy and the necessity of torture, the uncomfortable fact is that the national security motivation for torture rests on a foundation of irrational fears and illegitimate vengefulness. Now, I'm coming to the end. You'll be happy to know. In response, it might be said that even if I'm right about all this, that kind of thinking about the evils of torture and about the risks, the national security risks, is high-level policy thinking that's not for the grunt-level professional to decide. It should be decided at the highest levels of the hierarchy. Now, here I just couldn't disagree more. Professionals can delegate their services. That's what they do all the time. They can't delegate their consciences, and they can't delegate their powers of reason. Now, I said at the beginning of this talk how much I admire the people that whose professional role is to keep me safe. If they had signed away their consciences to their higher-ups, then they wouldn't actually deserve any respect. They wouldn't deserve any praise. In fact, the entire hypothesis that I've been exploring is that the torture professionals did make conscientious choice to violate their own professional ethics for what they thought was a higher good. If I'm right, they made an adult choice, but if I'm right, they made a wrong choice. That's the two-edged sword. If you're acting as a moral agent, you deserve praise for your right choices, but you can't duck blame for your wrong choices. And here I think it's so important to notice that there were professionals within the national security system who made the opposite choice. So, for example, the CIA's Inspector General John Helgerson, who called out the torture program early on. President Bush's policy advisor, Philip Zelikow, who criticized the move to torture inside the administration and hammered home in his speeches the very important point that the right question about torture, even from a pragmatic point of view, isn't did it work, but could this information have been gotten in some other way. I'll also mention Alberto, who I think was one of the voices, one of the most important and significant voices. This past summer, I had the pleasure of meeting a now Army Major, then Army Captain Ian Fishback. Ian is right now a philosophy instructor at West Point, but he made headlines in 2005 because when he arrived in Iraq, he witnessed widespread prisoner abuse by his own unit, the 82nd Airborne. And he went up the chain of command and got no satisfaction and eventually went public with an open letter to Senator McCain. And I think that it's actually a matter that the Army can pat itself on the back for, that he still got promoted and that he's now teaching ethics to cadets at West Point. Now, these are people who deserve our admiration, and they reinforce the all-important conviction that even in hierarchical organizations dedicated to national security, moral choice and moral clear-headedness is still possible. As the philosopher Hannah Arendt said, that's all we can ask, humanly and politically, for this planet to remain a fit place for human habitation. So let me thank you.
Just going to have a little bit of a brief discussion. The hope that I had was that we could have a representative who is connected with the sort of themes that David is talking about from each panel, but we have some shifting attendance, and so we're just going to have a brief discussion with a number of different panelists. From most panels are represented who have worked on these themes. So we'll just ask a couple of questions of the panelists relating to David's wonderful talk, and then adjourn for cocktails. Let's keep answers brief and as conversational as possible. We've talked about a number of respects in which there is a tension between deontological norms and consequentialist norms. Professional ethics, as David so nicely brought out in his talk, and the whole notion of role morality represent the deontological side. Consequentialist norms, in some sense, stem always from the exigencies of war, the need for higher and higher and greater measures of defense, and conflict with deontological norms in a variety of settings. One of the themes that we saw across today's panels has to do with transparency and the degree of transparency and protection for those roles that democratic transparency may require. So, for example, in the journalist panel, we saw a discussion of how journalistic freedom and ability to expose information about the government is, according to some journalists, an absolute journalistic right that cannot be interfered with. We talked about that with respect to medical research. It may be that academics doing medical research have a kind of academic freedom to engage in topics that and research and publish the proceedings of their research. Despite the fact that there may be a dual use and conflicts with national security imperatives. So I wanted to ask an overarching question, which is, what is the role of professional ethics in maintaining democracy? How important is transparency in democracy in your various fields? And how much of a risk do you think that democratic governance needs to take in order to maintain those values, despite the fact that David says the risks are lower than we think? So let me invite any of the panelists, and maybe I'll ask Alberto Mora to start, since I know that he will be needing to go to the airport soon, and if you could give us a few thoughts on that.
Clara, I think as a comment on that, I thought about the how to define our strategic defensive objectives. What does it mean to protect the United States? And my thought was that the goal is not only to protect lives, but really is to protect values as well. And if this dual objective was understood at the start, not only a matter of protecting lives, albeit in a misguided kind of fashion, but we saw it dually as also the protection of values, the analysis of what was in our strategic objective would have been much different as an initial comment.
Greg, maybe you'd like to add to that. Greg Block?
First of all, I want to congratulate David for a really beautiful and rich review of the role of the professions in our torture conundrum. And so much that could be said. One thing that leaps out to me with respect to the discussion of consequentialism, and I think this is deeply embedded in David's presentation, as I think David knows, I'm in agreement with him on this, is the extent to which positions that are put forth as consequentialist are in fact inspired by intense passion. As David, I think, put it, the poetic quality of reversing the 9/11 attack. We felt helpless. We felt weak in the wake of 9/11. But for those who were within our clutches, the Al-Qaeda guys who we got, we could kind of inflict it on them, and that kind of retributive quality. And then that drive gets somehow processed into a consequentialist argument. Well, this isn't consequentialism as consequentialists understand it. This is perhaps closer to the kind of consequentialism that, say, the psychologist Jonathan Haidt talks about, a calculus which is, how does he put it, the rational tail. He talks about the emotional dog or the intuitionist dog and the rational tail, where the logic given is just an epiphenomenon of the passion. I think that's one huge risk here.
One of the things that is famously argued by Michael Walzer in his book Just and Unjust Wars is that the logic of war is relentlessly consequentialist. That in a sense, that he argues against this position, that von Clausewitz's argument that the logic of war is relentlessly consequentialist, and that it is impossible, therefore, to have fundamental normative limits in the way that war is conducted. That you can try to have them, but it's an illusion. Those limits will always break down. It seems as though professional ethics represents a kind of hope that, in fact, there are deontological limits on the consequentialist nature of war, and that the logic is not relentless. I wonder, General Xenakis, whether or not you could comment on that, especially because you've seen a lot of exposure to the brutality of war and the effects of it, whether or not you think that war is inevitably infinitely brutal.
Well, yes. I mean, obviously, war is horrible, tragic, and brutal for everyone who is engaged in it. I think that I think I'd like to link that to your issue of recognizing that what our respective role is as professionals. And that I would challenge the idea that we can discern the consequences of war, and that it may be characterized at points in time as consequentialist, as if people can find discrete endpoints or purposes, but that in fact in that war is a political instrument. It is much broader than that. And it has its own archetype and implications. And therefore, if we recognize that a nation or a people that end up going to war find themselves in a broader activity that is horrible as it is, that we respectively, and that can suffuse in so many different ways, culture, ethics, and values, that we as professionals have a responsibility to enter into that and impose what we think are our primary values that safeguard individuals.
Will the world always fall short of that ideal? That is, will there always be brutality in war? What do any of the panelists think?
Well, there's the Bill Clinton answer to the question of torture, and this may apply to all of these professions as well. As I understood it, the Clinton view of torture was, well, there should be an absolute prohibition, with the understanding that if that ticking bomb sort of scenario ever really does develop, someone's going to break the prohibition and perhaps face consequences and be let off the hook if it was real. Of course, even that little bit of hypocrisy is, I guess, slippery. But that may reflect the reality that there's going to be leakage.
David, well, let me ask you to comment on that. Do you think, despite what you say, do you think torture is and brutality is inevitable in war? Or do you think it's something that might actually disappear one day?
Well, I think there will always be cases of torture in war, but torture as a policy in war could disappear. Brutality will never disappear from war because that's what war is. War is, soldiers often like to say, we kill people and break things. That's the job description, and that's by definition brutal. And I think the idea that there is a kind of fastidious war is just a terrible, terrible illusion. This is something that
Michael Walzer has said about one philosopher who calls for kind of a view of ethics in war that is more or less the same as in there's everyday ethics. He says, well, this would be right if war were being fought in peacetime.
Harvey, is the possibility of fastidious war something that we might imagine when war is being fought with disease rather than direct killing, maiming? If we use sort of natural forces to unleash our wars, does war start to sort of melt into the other disasters that we face on a regular basis?
I invite you to come and spend an afternoon in our intensive care unit, and you will see what suffering is all about.
George, can you comment on this at all from a...
Well, since I'm a philosopher, I suppose I can opine on anything and not have any experience with regard to it. Yeah, I think...